It's now 6:30, and I'd like to call the meeting with the select board tonight to order. Brian,
Yes.
Kathy?
Here.
John?
Here.
Ann is here. Becky isn't on Zoom. No. Okay. We are scheduled to have a public hearing at 6:45. It's been advertised at various times. This is a public hearing on the water rates. But the agenda, which is the official document, says 6:45. So I suggest we start with a discussion of the open meeting law and meeting attendance, just because that one is likely to be quick. Often, members of the select board attend other boards' meetings, and even though there is a liaison, other people want to join. Our general understanding is the liaison is there to attend and understand, but not to contribute. And I was warned at this training that if there was a quorum and that we were contributing, then we would be in trouble with the open meeting. So the reason to bring this up is if there are three of us in the audience, or if there may be three of us in the audience, we should not say anything and bring it back and discuss it in our liaison section. Is that?
Fair enough.
Okay. That one went quickly. Let's see what we do with the next one.
Action items, we could,
We could go over the action items, yes. We certainly have the pickleball for tonight. We have scheduled the town administrator's report, the police chief. Oh, that's what I missed. Let's finish this one in. Is there anything that we need to add to the agenda, to the action items?
the only thing I thought we took an action to do was review the success of the beach bums and their new venture.
I think that it's premature only because they just got on board last week.
No, I know, but I'm just saying, I think we
was
took an
supposed to be,
action
yeah.
to have them come back, and I didn't see it on the list, so,
Okay, so
that's the only thing I can think of that might be missing.
That was supposed to be for tonight.
Right, but they just got started, like you said, this weekend, so.
So would you say the
What's the date?
first meeting in August or the second one? The 7th or the 21st?
let's do the first, the 7th.
Okay.
Because if there are issues,
Want to get it?
we want to get them before they're done. And if I had read my agenda, I would know that after the call to order, there's a moment or time for public comments on non-agenda items. Is there anyone with a comment on a non-agenda item? Any hands on the, okay. Then, what is the discussion on the Rotunda Public Forum, right?
Just to confirm that we'll be doing that on the 27th of July. Just confirm the time. Do you want to start at 6:30 or 7? And other, what information you would like presented at that meeting?
Anything about the time?
Sooner the better.
Okay, 6:30?
That's fine. So we have the report. We have the
Yes.
4 different options.
Mhm.
We can have those presented. We're trying to get some schematics made, 3D sketches. People relate probably a little better to a sketch than an engineering drawing.
Are we working on that now?
Yes,
If you can get a low tide and a high tide, that would be good.
yeah.
What about, we received some feedback questioning how we would fund it, so do we want to get some feedback from the public at all on possible funding avenues? Someone had mentioned like fundraising or, how much what the appetite is for taxation versus fundraising, just to get some feedback from
And
folks.
we should certainly report on the grant.
And the grants, whatever the the options are, and help the public understand that as well. CPC, if that's something.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's part of that.
So, the general thought is to start off with the overview, present the options, and basically open up to public comment. That's the basics of it.
Mhm.
So that's sounding good, then we'll proceed with that.
Okay, this will be on slides, I guess?
Yes,
Okay, that's fine. So as Kathy mentioned, there should be a slide on summarizing financing situation.
Will have time to rework, they thought that the option of extending it, might not be as expensive as,
yeah, let me check with them and see if they have any more information on that.
And the thought is to do it in this room?
Hmm?
And the thought is to do it here, in this room?
Yes,
And the folks that put together the report, would they be here?
yes,
Okay.
or
Yeah, because,
virtual, but
fine, because there will be
Yes.
questions that,
correct.
we can't answer.
for sure.
Okay.
Um, I think we want to wait on the fine structure for well regulation until we have something here to speak to it. What is the situation with the Powder House? We need to agree to send a letter.
Right, that's the recommended next step.
Yes.
So, Open Space and Recreation Committee has been discussing it. So as I explained, the situation is that there's an easement that the town has, and that the current buildings do encroach on that easement. And so,
I'm sorry, Greg, what is the encroachment on the easement?
the buildings,
The buildings themselves.
the buildings themselves.
So it's not, I was trying to understand what the issue is, because I'm there every day, and were people being asked not to use the path, or just the fact that the buildings exist? I'm trying to understand what the issue is.
So the easement would have allowed parking space as well.
Parking, okay,
So the real issue is parking.
parking, okay, because I've used that path, I've never been told I shouldn't or couldn't, and
Right,
Okay.
you're not kicked off the path. The question really is the parking.
parking, okay.
This is the path at the end of the parking lot.
Yes,
Yes.
No.
Okay.
and there's two other paths on Pine Street, but the parking is
Yeah,
issue
that's the
right
most
here.
biggest access.
So the letter basically says, we have this problem, we would like better access. Can we have a conversation to resolve this?
Do we have an idea as to what we would be looking for as a resolution?
So, the easiest resolution is to allow 1 or 2 parking spaces to be used by the public. That's the
Okay.
easiest.
Okay.
If that's not something that is possible, then we need to talk about where we can build a parking space or 2 in lieu of the fact that our easement is encroached on.
Got it, thank you.
So if people are okay with the letter, then,
Yeah.
processing it, getting it out.
Discussion going.
So if that's a nodding of heads, I'll take that as a yes, and we'll proceed.
Just to clarify for me and anybody else who's confused, the relationship between, the housing authority and the town, what is the relationship between the housing authority and the town?
So the Housing Authority is an agency of the state. So they are not a town organization per se. We have representatives on that, members of the community serve as board members on the housing authority. But it is a separate entity. It's a state agency in essence.
Mhm.
It is not a town entity.
Thank you. For those of you who've just come in, our hearing on the water rates is scheduled for 6:45, and I don't want to start before everybody who has read the agenda has a chance to be here. So we're picking things out of our agenda that are time sensitive and knocking them off. In the consent agenda, we're accepting the resignation of a library trustee. Will we write her a nice letter and thank her for her service?
Exactly, yes.
Mhm.
So that's an elected position, but we can appoint a replacement?
Correct, so you,
Until the next election.
correct. So you would meet in a joint session with the library trustees to interview and then
Mhm.
vote on a replacement, and that person would serve until the next election.
Is this a position we would post for?
Yes, we give the word out that that is a vacancy and that we're accepting applications for that. You can do C as well.
Yeah, that seems like a good idea. Is there any discussion on the longevity beach bench, right, approvals? John?
No, I read all the information. In fact, there were, I didn't count them, but there were a lot of photos.
Yes.
So, they look fine, and this is bench, help me Lisa, is this what, 26 and 27, 20, in the 20s?
25.
Something like that. Good, and in good spots.
My only question is there any plan long-term for maintenance? I realize that they're built to be relatively maintenance-free, but sooner or later, the cement cracks or,
Yeah, well, the benches are guaranteed not to rust. And that's really important in this environment. We are putting together sort of bench brigade, if you will, of people who will go and take care of cleaning them and keeping the paths swept off. And I noticed that we have a couple that are near on state land and town land that are near trees and bushes that are starting to
encroach.
sort of encroach, so I'll sort of take the with the air rights directly above the pad and keep that trimmed to that.
Is there any, are we ready to?
Yep.
To approve the two new longevity benches? Is such a motion?
I move to approve the 2 new longevity benches.
A second.
Roll call vote.
Yes.
John?
Yes.
John says yes. Kathy?
Yes.
Yes.
Brian says yes.
Do we need a motion on the resignation?
I guess, sure. Why
Yeah,
don't we?
I move to accept the resignation of the library trustee.
I'll second.
Yes.
Kathy? Ann says yes.
I say yes.
Okay. Let's ratify the reappointment of the treasurer. Is there such a motion?
I move to ratify the reappointment of the treasurer collector.
Second.
Discussion? Ready to vote?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Kathy?
Yes.
Ann says yes.
Yes.
John says yes. Okay. At 6:44, I would take a motion to open a hearing on the water and sewer rates.
So moved.
Second.
Brian? Kathy?
Yes.
Dan says yes.
John says yes.
Okay. We all have the suggested new rates, and I think we've all read discussion of those rates. Briefly, for anybody who hasn't been following this closely, the Water Resource Protection Task Force has come up with new water rates that are intended to discourage excess usage of potable water, water that's been treated and is drinking water. Manchester uses a lot of it. Manchester has a lot of it. But the task force has suggested that we reduce the number of tiers and increase the rate for the 2 higher tiers. The full information is in the packet, and if you don't have it.
So Steve Gang also has a short presentation if
Okay.
you're,
Yes, absolutely.
Those are
Well,
slides.
do that.
When we get to the point where we're hearing from people, I want to hear from everybody who has something to say. I would like to limit remarks to 2 minutes, which will be timed. And please try to avoid saying the same thing that the person 2 or 3 before you just said, so that we can in fact hear from everybody and get as many points of view as possible. So, Steve, you were not limited to 2 minutes.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. And may I share the screen?
Yeah, you should have permission.
I seem to. Thank you. All right. Without a whole lot of background, these are the recommendations the Task Force on Water Resources made to the Select Board over 2 months ago. And as Ann said, we recommended simplifying to 4 tiers instead of 6. And that's partly because the first 2 tiers, the first tier has very few people falling in it, and the tier 6 has very few people falling in it. And we also recommended that the historical practice of having only a small difference between the lowest rates for the first tier and the highest rates for the top tier, that we change that and increase the rates for the tiers 3 and 4, the largest use, much more significantly than tiers 1 and 2. And in fact, we recommended a reduction in the rate in tier 1, since someone who remains in that tier is already, by any objective standard, conserving drinking water. So these are the numbers you'll see here. We also recommended doing this in concert with a couple of other recommendations. One, to start a more intensive program of information and education for people who want that, and even specific custom advice for people who would like to conserve, particularly those who are using large amounts of water today. And you've agreed to have the capability installed for that within the Sustainability Committee, which we're gearing up to do. We also recommended installation of new water meters, because most of our water meters are past their useful life, and since they are mechanical, they are probably somewhat clogged up with the iron and other minerals that come in our drinking water, and therefore probably not reading accurately anymore. And there's a new generation of meters that measure things digitally with no moving parts and supply their information in 15-minute intervals, both to the Water Division and also to users who are interested in tracking such things on their smartphone. Presently, we track every 90 days, so that would be a significant improvement in measurement, and it would enable us to monitor the effects of a change as significant as the one we're proposing here. So just a quick look at the entire extent of recommendations that came out of the task force, 18 months of work with a lot of analysis and some expert advice from consultants on various subjects. As you can see, the first three all pertain to conservation and more accurate measurement. And I'd urge anybody who hasn't had a chance to at least look at the 7-page executive summary of the work and the recommendations of the task force. It's backed up by a 75-page more detailed report and then even more detailed appendices. So there's been no lack of sweat expended on this one, and I'm very proud to have been part of it, grateful to the people who contributed. A quick look at what this will do. It's, of course, difficult to summarize on a single chart, but this chart tracks gallons per quarter used by a metered household versus dollars per quarter. So, and this chart would pertain to 90% of the households in Manchester who are below, as a group, below 120,000 gallons a year. We're going to make a change to reporting bills in gallons. DPW is going to do that because nobody has a really intuitive sense of what a cubic foot is, and nobody wants to go through the arithmetic of converting. So we're going to try to stay in gallons here. But as you can see, the majority, you can't see this, but I'll tell you, the majority of households are down at this end of the chart I'm showing you. And what happens under the new rates, which are red, versus the old rates, which are blue, these are the actual dollars somebody would be paying, that will come down for more than half of the households in Manchester. The difference won't be huge. It's going to be $100, maybe in some cases $200 a year, but not, not enough to say this is your reward for staying below the state mandated 65 gallons per capita per person per day. That's right, that's mandated. Once you get above those levels, the new rates will increase the bill faster than the old rates. So we've always had, obviously, a charge per unit. We've had a slight increase in the charge per unit. I don't think you can see it in this chart. There's actually a little bend in these lines tilting upward. You can see it much more clearly in this one, which tilts upward like that. And that's a graduated or progressive rate, incremental block rate. We went to school on all of the neighboring towns, the rest of Massachusetts, and frankly, a lot of national templates and examples before we recommended this and ran lots of different models. So when we discussed this, when the select board discussed it last month, you asked for us to notify anyone who could conceivably see a dramatic change, significant change in their water bill. And we sent out approximately 400 letters. All to residences, because we have very few commercial users and they'll be contacted separately. And I'm happy to say we got quite a lot of positive and curious reactions. These are the reactions and questions kind of in the order, actually in the exact order of frequency. So over 90% of people said, yes, I'd like to participate in pilot testing smart water meters, and I think this is a good idea, as we combined that in the letter. Many people said, what are these proposed new rates? I haven't kept up, I haven't read this, I don't go to select board meetings, what's on tap? And then third most common was a curious question, how did I end up in the top 20% of drinking water users? Because I don't have a very big lawn, and I don't have a huge family, and I try to be in conservation. So with all those people, we shared the 10-year history of water usage from the DPW's water division. And you can see the other questions here. Number 5 is, what else can I do? Number 6 is, okay, I'd like to try piloting, but will I eventually get a smart water meter even if I don't pilot? And the answer is yes. In time, the DPW will replace all the meters. Will the proposed rates also affect my outside irrigation meter? So if you're on town sewage, you're eligible to get a separate meter for outside use of water. because that's not gonna go back into the drains directly and have to be treated as sewage. So it basically removes the sewer fee from that usage. And the answer is yes, rates affect all meters. Are the sewer rates also going up? I believe so, that's not really our recommendations. We'll probably hear more about that tonight. And then more specific questions from individuals. I have a tenant or several tenants who are also on my water meter. This is the first I've heard of it. Have you really done homework? Where can I find your findings and work? Isn't this really just a disguised tax increase, which will fall on larger properties that do more irrigating? And from a couple of people, what if these rates don't encourage much water conservation? So we have answers to all of these questions, but I just want to focus on the last one, because obviously we have to provide information and incentives, and in some case, custom advice, and that's essential to the implementation phase. And I think I may stop there, although, John, you probably would like to see this last comparison. John Rout has worked very closely and intensively on this, and he's frankly, one of the authors of the recommendations with several of us. So this messy chart shows our neighbors: Essex, Topsfield, Marblehead, Salem, Hamilton, and this heavy dashed line in the center is our current rates as of last week or 2 weeks ago. And it really puts us in the middle of a pack that includes Hamilton and Marblehead and Essex in the wintertime. There's some variations here. So Essex in the summer has a very different structure. Topsfield has a much higher rate overall. And Salem has a very low non-graduated, non-progressive rate. The red dashed line is what we're proposing. So you see it starts out lower, and for more than half of the households in town, this is the relevant portion of the rate change. But for the other 35 or 40%, here's the progression up to, fairly, this is very substantial usage. 350,000 cubic feet is 2 million gallons per year, which would be more than I think any residence has ever used. So let me stop there. I'm sure there are questions and comments, and I'll be happy to try answering some of them. John, you might jump in and lend a hand. Is there anything you'd like to add before we
Yeah, I just might add one thing with regard to this graphic, Steve, and that as you go out on that red line out there, the number of households that are out on that red line are in really the single digits. When Steve says 30, 40%, most of those 30 or 40% that are beyond the half that are in the very first part are really in the second part of that slope. They are not in the high, on the tail end of it. So those really high numbers that you're looking at or could calculate are affecting really very few people. Just a few percentage points.
Here are the gory details. We have 2,000, roughly, to 1,900 and some change households on our water system, and everybody in town uses town water, even if they're not on sewer. So more than half of them, almost 1,100, are primarily in Tier 1 or in Tier 1 and Tier 2. Another 670 in current rates go into Tier 3, which would become our new Tier 2. And then we have 140 households here and 45 households at the very high usage level. And you see the corresponding annual bills range from about $260 to over $10,000. And what's going to happen under the proposed changes is the 260 on average will drop about $100 to 140. This will go up about $100. This will go up more substantially, $300 or $400. And for these folks, it'll be more like a 40% increase, low thousands of dollars. Is that what you were saying, John?
Yes, yeah, you have to look at the distribution of the folks. Everybody's pretty much in the new Tier 1, Tier 2.
If I may interrupt briefly, because of the way our cameras on people overlaps your slide, it's hard to see the column on the far right. Could you just read those numbers? The column on the far right.
You can just shut that off, he'll just.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Glad to. The column on the far right of this slide
okay,
is the new Tier 4, which would have approximately 60 households in it. They would, under our proposed rates, pay $14,600 a year, which is about $4,500 more than they're currently paying. Now, of course, there's a distribution here, so the very, very top users residentially would see more like a doubling in their rates. Because that's what's built into the rate structure, and most of their usage, if they don't change their behavior, most of their usage will fall into Tier 4.
And we should add, this is a static analysis. We're just assuming nobody changes their habits, and this is the way it ends up. And really, the primary objective here is to get some conservation going. So some of those people up at the high end maybe use a little bit less water and wind up moving down that curve rather than staying up there. We are using we're using 20% more water than the state would like us to use. And we're certainly trying to get down to the 65 gallons per day. Right now, we're close to 80 gallons per person per day on average, which puts us up very high. And we're hoping that we can move down that curve. And frankly, the people up on the top end are in the best position to help us move down the curve a little bit and get down to that 65 level or so.
Yes, good point.
could we bring back the, side pictures?
I'm just gonna hit the box there.
I'm gonna let somebody else hit the box rather than. Thank you.
In the front. So we've got a couple of hands up from virtual audiences.
Okay, first I'm going to ask for comments from the board. Brian, you have?
No, at this point, I think it's, we discussed this. I understand it, I think, let's see what
Okay. Kathy?
general public thinks.
Yeah, I agree, we've talked about this a lot already. However, there were a couple of actions that I thought the team had taken that I'm not sure how they were resolved. One, you had a question about, how do we ensure that multifamily homes on 1 meter are not adversely affected? And the other is same thing, families. I thought we talked about some like bedroom count or something. I think we asked some questions to make sure that the right homes are falling in the correct tiers. And reading the proposed policy, I don't understand if that,
Where that's being dealt with.
yeah, I just didn't see it.
Yeah, we've discussed that and made some recommendations, and I think, at least with DPW, there's agreement that genuine multi-units, meaning, let's take the extreme example, would be like the property on Desmond that has several dozen units in it. Those should be treated as though they were individual units for setting the tier, the rate, and not, so in other words, the rate should be set by the average use of each unit, not by the total use of the complex. And DPW is prepared to circulate a policy that would make that possible in a form so that anybody who's wants to take advantage of that can do it and have their total bill recalculated at the proper rate. It gets a little bit, some judgment will be required because there are some multi-unit properties where there may be, for example, a caretaker living in a separate unit. And we recommended that not result in 2 units dividing the usage on the property. In other cases, it may be an independent tenant who's paying rent and making her or his own decisions about water. In that case, DPW might agree to have the tier level recalculated by the average But I think you can appreciate the variety of conditions we have. We just want to make sure that particularly where we're dealing with a true collection of rental units,
Yeah.
that those people don't pay a higher rate.
So I think that all sounds good, I just didn't see it reflected in the policy. So I think our residents reading the collateral and not understanding that that's planned, and I think it should be in the policy, shouldn't it? Or there'll be some
The
sort
only
of a
thing that's
waiver
in-
process or something, whatever we're gonna do.
Here, if I may interrupt.
Yeah.
Heretofore, it hasn't been a major issue
Right,
because the increase across usage has been very low.
correct.
So this is an area that a problem that we're introducing with these new rates.
Mhm.
And it's not being, it hasn't been explained, it hasn't been dealt with.
Right.
And I think that the commercial users are also in that category.
Yeah, whatever the outliers are, if you will.
Yeah.
I just think
Mhm.
that we have talked about doing something for them. It's not reflected in the collateral, and it should be documented, whatever we're going to do. That's
Thank
my
you.
comment.
Yes, well said.
Okay, that's true. When you say collateral, essentially you mean the rate sheet. Because that's really the only thing that's out there, it's just, hey, here are the rates.
Yeah, exactly.
And in the past, we've just said, here are the rates. In fact, there's really never been much in the way of a discussion or forewarned or forearmed. They've been gone up 2.5%, 3%, and that has happened, and there hasn't been any comment. This obviously is a different situation because we're looking to change our consumption patterns. So I agree, we need to codify those topics, both commercial as well as multi-unit types of places. They have been topics of discussion in the past couple of days. And we will be dealing with all of that. We do need to codify that somehow. Maybe separately from the rates, or I'm not sure how to do that, or just it winds up in the minutes here.
I don't want to step on it. I'm uncomfortable having all of this kind of left up to the discretion of the DPW, and I would think that they would be uncomfortable with it as well. Is Chuck or?
Chuck's on there, or
Right,
should
so,
be.
right, but we certainly could have, draft those guidelines, and then you approve them as part of the rate structure.
But I don't
That's not
want.
ready for this evening,
Mhm.
but it's certainly something that you could do in the near future.
Are there other comments from the board? Fine, then why don't we ask if there are comments from the live audience? No, oh,
I have a question.
yes.
It's based off what, I'm sorry,
You
Erica
don't-
Brown,
You don't
57
have to
Brook
identify
Street.
yourself, but we would appreciate it.
Yes, Erica Brown, 57 Brook Street, and the cricket. It's related to what you're talking about right now. If you were to reconsider the commercial users, and the commercial users, there's 3 of them in the top 10, I believe, wouldn't that distort rather dramatically the data we just saw?
I don't think that the data that you saw did not include commercial users.
Okay.
This was just residential.
Yeah.
The number of commercial users is, I don't know, around
Thank you.
50 or 60, and it was easy to carve them out.
Thank you.
Mary?
Mary Foley, 1 Pulaski Drive. Quick question, and then I'll make my comments questions. Is this phase 1 of a 3-phase proposal? So that, we're looking at these 4 tiers going up just, $5, $8, $15, $20. But if we get to phase 3, it's reducing tier 1 to $3, tier 2 up to $13, $32.75, and then tier 4, $45.50. So is this one of 3?
The answer, right now, we are considering only one raise. We're not adopting the whole program here, particularly the part that says it goes up every 6 months. But no, we are considering only the first step.
Okay, so the proposal is every 6 months.
No, the proposal is not every 6 months. The Water Resource Protection Task Force suggested every 6 months.
Okay.
But the Board of Selectmen is considering only the first round.
Okay, thank you. So, all right, so my, and I had sent it in an email earlier, I guess, trying to analyze this, and maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but So in some regards, it comes down to a numbers game. So if you're a household of 2 or 1, if you're doing that calculation of 65 gallons per day times 93 days for the quarter, times the number of people divided by the 7.481, you're gonna come below that tier 1. You're gonna reach tier 1. If you're getting up into a household of more people, just by the numbers game, you're gonna get into tier 2 and tier 3. So I'm trying to figure out what the goal of this is. Is it to across the board equitably have people conserve water, or is it just if you're a household higher than 2 people conserve? Because if you're 2 people, you could go up to 75 gallons per person per day and still be under that $1,700 threshold. So there's no incentive there to conserve. So I'm not sure we're promoting it across the board conservation. And then I guess I would ask, some other local communities do summer water rates and winter water rates. And so by that, you're targeting the irrigation, which is the uptick in the summer, if that's the goal, to try to limit irrigation. Or in Essex, I think it is, they do a flat rate and then they do an excess rate in summer to target that, whether it's boat washing or the irrigation. So I guess my question is, why are we decreasing the rate in tier 1 and people can continue using the 65 to 75 gallons a day and really only targeting tiers 2, 3, and 4? And then were other options considered and why were they denied?
I'm going to ask John
Yeah,
or Steve, whichever of you would like.
Yeah, I can comment to start. The median consumer here is 50 gallons per person per day. It's low. It's certainly lower than the 65, the median. That's because irrigation is such a big factor in this town. There are 2 things that are driving the restructure. One is we use too much water, 20% more than what the state has expected. And second, we use way more water in the summer than we do in the winter. Most of the towns around us, the increase of water in the summer is 40, 50%. For us, it's over 100%. We are an outlier by far. So you have to look and say, we've got to get our water consumption down by about 20%, or certainly that's the laudable goal. And what is the smartest way to do this? And the state also has opinions on this. You can speak with Chuck and the DPW. The state regulates what goes on with water all the time, and they do not like our numbers. And when we chat with them about things that we'd like to have them do with regard to our water management, it becomes a difficult conversation because our consumption is high and our irrigation is very high. So we structured this to go for where it's easiest to get the numbers down. And it's really with the irrigation at the high end because we are so much higher than all of the communities around us. And if we can get that down, it would be more it's easier to do that than to go across the board. Now we are combining this with a program of carrots, shall we say. The rates are really the stick, hey, the numbers are going up for people. Not for most people, but for a number of people. But we are also going to embark on a conservation campaign to get people in general just to save more water right across the board. So everybody is certainly going to be participating in that across the board and getting messages from the Water Task Force, or the folks that will follow on that task force in the coming months. And we hope that a lot of people will heed those particular messages and that information and conserve water in general. And right now we're at 150 million gallons a year. That's what we consume. We want to get down below 125. About 125 million gallons gets us to the 65 gallon per person per day. And right now we're at 80. So that's why things are structured the way they are. And as Ann said, we don't have any specific plans of, if we get where we want, with the structure the way it is, we may not change that water structure at all. Or maybe we'll change it in a way we don't know yet, because we'll get feedback.
Okay, you've had your 2
I'm
minutes
sorry,
for
I'm
this one. Is there other, are there other questions from the, yes?
Yep, Steve Piccone, just comment and a couple questions. So if we do save 20% of the water, what do we do with it all? Can we save it for next year? How does that? What do
No,
we-
it's-
I heard we have plenty of water earlier, so I'm just curious, what do we do with all this extra water? If we have plenty, what are we gonna do with the other 20%? Can we?
John, can I take that?
Go.
Okay. It's true, historically, we have lots of water compared to other communities, particularly compared to Hamilton, and Topsfield and Ipswich and other towns that depend on the Ipswich River, which perennially runs dry. And in droughts, it's even worse. We're not in that difficult situation, and it's because more than 100 years ago, some of the citizens in Manchester took some very foresightful steps to acquire a big reservoir, get the water rights to use it in perpetuity. It's in Hamilton, not in Manchester, so it was not the simplest thing to do. And to buy the 200, 300 acres around the reservoir to provide protection for its purity. Now, today, we're facing a new form of contamination called PFAS. I'm sure most people have heard of it. It's beginning to be well understood as a really serious health risk. And the EPA has proposed extremely tight limitations on how much PFAS can show up in drinking water. Our well, which provides a third to 40% of our drinking water, is particularly high, right at about the previous maximum contamination levels, and it will be way above the new levels once they're promulgated by the state. So we face a problem. We have all this, what we thought, tremendous amount of water, but we're going to have to spend a very large amount of money to preserve the quality, the purity, drinkability of the Lincoln Street well. Eventually, we may have to do the same thing at the reservoir. So what we're really talking about here is conservation to give us options around this otherwise enormous capital expenditure to try to fix PFAS.
So you have a bigger problem when you have 20% more bad water as
Excuse me.
well.
We
Right.
don't, in these meetings, we do not address other speakers. We address we let the speaker finish, and then we address the question to the chair. And I gathered, Steve had just run out of his 2 minutes.
Yep, I got that.
And,
It didn't answer the question, but
and I would be willing to hear your question if it's addressed to the chair.
okay, so back to my 2 minutes. And Steve, thank you for taking my call today. He helped me out to understand the letter. But I'm still confused what we're gonna do with all this extra water that's contaminated. So now it sounds like it's more of you're trying to raise money so you go fix the water. So I get that issue. But I guess just back to some basic stuff. I'm glad my kids have all moved out. Because 10-year history, my water patterns have changed dramatically. So thank God I'm a small house. So I don't know how I got the letter, but it was 10 years of history, which was kind of odd. So none of the meters are accurate, I heard, right? And so you're going to replace all the meters. You're going to have to at least replace the meters in the big users because they're going to give you a hard time. But how much does it cost to replace all the meters in town? What's the meter run?
Is Chuck there? He's closer to that. I mean, I know kind of estimates. Chuck, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. So generally meters are a couple $100 by the time we get through the buying the meter and the install and the MXU or the thing that sends the data back to the user. So we're anticipating that to fit out the entire town will be somewhere between $1 million and $1.5 million.
So I guess this could possibly fund meters. Oh, did I break up another rule? I'm sorry.
Same rule.
So it's same rule twice. I apologize. No, I think I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Jeff Koshan, 15 Vine Street, Steve Cooney's friend.
Well, that to be determined.
To be determined, maybe not.
Still.
At times we have plenty of water, and treating the water costs money. So the more money we use, the more it costs. I don't know if you walk Gravelly Pond at all. Last year, if you walk Gravelly Pond, for example, last year it was down 7 feet, so we don't always have plenty of water. It was very low. And we need to replace the meters anyway. Doesn't matter, they're 20 years old and they're past the law. So those are the questions.
Thank you. Are there other in-person questions? Mary,
I just want my questions to be answered. I don't think I got an answer to the questions.
okay. Could you restate, you had a fairly.
I know, I was rambling, that's why. So I guess the first question was, with the tier 1, the rate's going down, and you can stay in that tier for 2 people household or 1 person and get these awesome rates now. What incentive is it giving to those people to conserve with the same tiers 2, 3, 4 to conserve? I don't see the incentive.
Thank
Can
you.
I take a crack at that, Ann?
Yes, Steve.
I just say that these are user fees and they're per gallon or per cubic foot. So that if you use more cubic feet, even if you're in the same tier for all that usage, you're going to get a higher bill. So there's the same incentive that exists with every consumer product or service. You use twice as much water, even if you don't move up from one tier to the next, your bill will be twice as large. So that's plenty of incentive. It's not simply the rate that the tier applies, it's the gallons, it's the usage.
Thank you.
Make sense?
Mary,
So my second question was, did you look at doing winter rates and summer rates, or the bump up rate in summer to target the same problem?
Yes,
who
we
wants to-
modeled.
Yeah.
God can answer too.
Rather than both of you smiling at each other, could you, one of you
Well,
answer the
go ahead,
question?
Steve, because you're the modeler.
Yeah, we modeled, I don't know, maybe 30 different options, including winter and summer rates, including drought, specific rate changes. And there are models of these kinds of rate structures around for us to look at and maybe get some experience from. And we concluded that since we knew where the most likely source of conservation was going to come from, and it was irrigation, particularly very large amounts of irrigation, that it didn't make a great deal of sense to make a rate change that was going to affect all or almost all of the households, like a summer versus winter rate. So when we processed those kinds of models, they ended up having the same kind of progressivity that you see in the recommendations. No particular reason to have a distinction between summer and winter.
Mary, does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
I'll make it quick. So if there are very few factors that drive that high end, very few accounts, right? And those very few accounts do something very drastic to change their behavior. You get what you want. They go onto private wells for their irrigation, for instance, or they adopt a technology to drive down their usage. Have you accommodated a change in that static tranches? That top 20% becomes a very different 20% if the top, say, 3% of users change their behavior very drastically. I want to know if that was addressed.
I guess I can address that, yes. That's a concern, and in fact, that's a primary driver for us discussing with the Finance Committee. Because if too many people decide to not use water, we get less money.
Yes.
And we're trying to make this revenue neutral. We're not interested in raising hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars through this exercise. We're interested in conserving water, but still making things revenue neutral. And there has been experience out there. We looked at several other communities that have done this. And we also had a consultant, Raftellus, who is an expert on setting water rates. And at the levels that we are at, it's pretty inelastic. Sitting here a year from now or 18 months from now looking at where the money goes, the chances are the consuming will go down maybe a little bit, but we'll wind up with more money. And we would like it to go down more. We'd like the consumption to go down more. Now, we did look at how things would occur if, say, there was 30% reduction. And with these costs, or this new rate, the 30% reduction, we still wind up with the same amount of money. So we're a little bit in uncharted territory, but for the communities that we have looked at and that Raftellus has had experience with, and the percentage that we have gone up, we're not expecting to see financial difficulties, certainly. And we're hoping that we will see a reduction in water consumption.
Thank you. Jeff?
Jeff Cochin, Erica, you were surprised that the revenue would not go down drastically, but that was thoroughly modeled. And the history in all the other towns that we looked at is they don't respond well enough.
But the goal is to first, I'm sorry.
The goal is to respond, and that's the reason you saw those other future potential rate increases that aren't on the board here, is because unfortunately people don't respond. So that was one response to that.
Thank you.
May I add a word?
Certainly, Steve.
Thanks. Looking at the experience of other communities and cities that have tried something like this, certainly in the first few years, demand is, as John said, very inelastic, meaning the usage doesn't change very much, even when the price goes up very significantly. There's a little town near Cape Cod called Cotuit, which we have all the accurate data from, and they're not dissimilar to Manchester. Some very large properties, and then a village center, and a bit of a vacation flavor to the town. They have quadrupled the top tier rates in 2 waves, one in 2019 and one last year in 2022, and they have seen no change in the overall water usage month to month versus year on year. When we look out west at systems that have been using pricing as well as incentives and policy changes and advice and education for decades, we see that it does take time, but cumulatively it works. There are conservation steps taken by everybody. That includes the professionals involved in it, the landscapers, the architects and designers.
Steve, you've got 30 seconds.
I'll stop right there. So have some hope. This is a long game. It's not, conservation of water is not a 1-year phenomenon.
Thank you.
One last quick one. Steve Piccone again.
Yes.
So all you're voting on is the phase 1 rate.
That's correct.
Just the front page of the Cricket has all the other phases.
Yep.
Okay, but all you're voting on is essentially this next fiscal year's water rate, right?
All we're voting on is what rates we approve tonight. The
For the next
duration,
12 months?
we are in a position to change the rates quarterly.
Oh, okay.
We don't do it as a general thing. But that it is within the purview of the sewer and water commissioners, us.
Got it. Thank you.
People, I see Tom Kehoe.
We have a number of questions.
Okay, fine.
Harris Colmashane, am I saying
Okay.
that correctly?
Yes.
That's right. Hi, how you doing? 5 Eagle Head Road. First thing, it's just a point of clarification. Are these rates going to be, are these marginal rates? So in other words, is it just your
Yes.
usage that falls into the tiers, not your household based on your usage?
Just you.
Your first X gallons are at one rate, your next X gallons are at the next rate. And it is only the final, when you're over the first 3 rates that you are charged the 4th rate of that, the amount above that.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then the other thing is just a and a follow-up to the woman who was asking the question about the different tiers. And I think the point that she may have been trying to make, and I'll make it myself, is that what this results in is that it's very punitive. I'm in a similar situation to Steve Piccone, where my kids have moved out, but at one point I had 4 kids living here, and this is extremely punitive to large families. I mean, based on the rates, I think a family of 6, which is what I would have been, probably can use about a quarter of the water per person as a family of 1 or 2. So what was the discussion about that?
Thank you. Steve, would you like to take that?
The tiers were set by looking hard at the 65 gallons per capita per day and using some averages. So very large families will have the problem with water that they have with everything. You want to take them to an amusement park, you want to buy them new clothes. It's expensive to have larger families.
Well, but the difference,
nothing we can do about that.
Oh,
But here's the
please
point.
don't interrupt each other.
Yeah, complete. The first and second tiers go up to a gallon per quarter level that equates to staying within the 65 gallons per capita per day, even for a larger family. So that family would have to be much more cautious about watering the lawn, washing cars, and filling a swimming pool than a smaller family would be. But we designed it so that it should still be a reasonable choice for people to make, that they can continue to wash clothes, dishes, prepare meals, take showers, even if there's 5 or 7 people in the household, without getting into tier 3.
Thank
As
you.
long as they stay away from heavy outdoor use.
Harris,
okay,
is
but
that-
yes,
Okay.
let me so that doesn't, I mean, unless the rates are determined by taking into account the number of people who live in the household, then that statement is not true. Because the fact is that if you have 6 people in a household, they have to use significantly less per person than a one person household or a two person household. That's just math. So it's extremely punitive to large families. And I'm curious whether that was taken into account. That's just the facts.
I can comment.
Yes.
Okay. If you look at the new tier 2, you would not get out of the tier 2 for somebody using 65 gallons per day, which is the state expected number, and having 6 people using 65 gallons per day. You're still in tier 2. So when you say punitive, I think that's a very strong term. I'd say you really have to go well out on the curve before it becomes along those lines. I would say somebody who is in that particular category, their bill will probably go up 15%, 20% from where it is right now, which is not a great. It was going to go up 2.5% anyway if we had stayed where we are. But it's very difficult, and we've read some articles about some towns that have tried to say they've gone to every particular household and said, how many people have you got? And then you argue, the kids away at school during the year and in college, and then they come back. And I mean, there's so many variables that are involved in something like that. It was very difficult for the town, this is a town in California, to try and manage that. So virtually everybody kind of works by household, and households are pretty fluid in terms of the number of people they have, especially as kids get older.
Thank you. That's helpful about the calibrating to 6 people for the tier 2. That's helpful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Greg, who's next?
So Eli Bowling is next.
Yes. Eli, please unmute yourself and.
Howdy, folks. So I have 3 or 4 points. First of all, I totally support the benefit tiers, the lower 2 tiers, the reduction of cost. Over the years, those people have been exemplary in their water conservation, and I think that they should be given some benefit. They include smaller retired households. And so I think that is perfectly reasonable. And I think that, as was just pointed out, large families won't really suffer very much. We have been year over year increasing water and sewer rates 4%, just to keep our infrastructure intact. So I totally support those changes. I have a concern about the upper two tiers. First, the upper tier, I don't think it's going to make a dent at all in water conservation. We went through this several years ago. The people up there have enormous sums of money. The peak water user has 3 water lines running into his or their property to support their water usage, which peaks out at something like 12,000 gallons per day during the peak months. They have enough money that they are simply not going to care about the water rates that you set. So I don't think that upper tier is actually going to significantly going to affect anything. And knowing I don't think I don't mean to be cynical, but I don't think there's going to be a lot of effect from changing the philosophy of those people. The concern I have is that in the third tier, where you actually might see conservation efforts be effective, you have probably captured a category of things that you have not talked about this meeting, which is businesses and schools. And I know that early on you said households only were captured in the data provided. And you said that businesses would be dealt with separately. Last time we dealt with this, we made a conscious effort to go and talk to businesses and address them early in the process. So I'm a little
Eli,
concerned.
could you please, you were well over your 2 minutes, could you just,
30 seconds.
you get another 30 seconds because you're Eli, but.
All right. Last 2 comments, if you could address these. So this is institutional knowledge, which I think you'll benefit from. Past abatements. When we last raised the water rates, there were 2 abatement requests made for apartments, one at the Summer Street development and one at Phileas apartment development, where we both approved water rate abatements where they would be divided by the number of the residents at those places. And that was done at 2 separate board meetings. And then the last thing is there is one last benefit of water, the electronic, the new water meters, and that is people who have leaks can be notified immediately if they have leaks. And that's a small point, but I think a valuable point if you're trying to promote this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your thoughtful comments. Steve, John, do you have anything?
Nothing more to add at this point.
Okay.
So Christina?
Okay. Christina, please. Unmute yourself and join the conversation. Okay,
No, they're unmuted. Go ahead.
go ahead.
Oh, good. I'm sorry. I was driving and I did pull over a minute ago. All right, so I am having a public policy issue with
Christina, would
this.
you
I
give
just
us your-
feel,
would you
yeah,
give
oh,
us-
sorry, Christina,
Okay.
sorry. So I guess to me, if you're a family of 1, 2, or 5, I mean, your usage is 65 gallons a day, and that's what the state dictates. But you're being penalized and you're being discriminated against if you have more than 2 people in your household. We're in a situation with our schools that we're trying to attract families, and we just said the exact opposite. Well, if you want to have children, you're going to have to pay more. But this doesn't seem, there should be a point at where, our census captures how many people are in our households, and that should be, my household is 5, then I'm allotted 65 times 5, and that should be my number. I don't see where this number puts me at tier 2, and even if I am at tier 2, I am being penalized for having a family of more than 2. And additionally, I don't water my lawn. I have a garden, so I don't see what number is reasonable than to grow food. So now we're being discouraged not to have children, not to grow food. And when I did redo my house 10 years ago, I spoke to the state about energy conservation, and they suggested that we use a tankless hot water heater. And at that time, it was known that I would use more water than, energy because I'm not keeping the water hot. But now, this is going to in turn penalize my household because we do have this extra water waiting for the hot water to reach the shower head. So I don't think saying, a large family should be penalized. I don't think drinking water, showering, washing clothes is a luxury. I think these are necessities of life. And to say that any household of more than two is not penalized with a higher rate is actually false. And I'm not sure how we can say this with a straight face. And how are we capturing irrigation versus household water? Is there a different rate or not? So what was the purpose of having two different lines if you're now going to be penalized for using it as such? Thank you.
I can answer the last part. The reason for having two lines, one for irrigation and one for domestic water, is that you're charged your sewer bill based on the use of domestic water and not on the use of irrigation water. And that was to reflect the fact that irrigation does not go into the sewer system. So it was not to make two classes of water, and when considering your water rates, the two, both the irrigation and the domestic, are added together to figure out what tier you're in. And I will leave it to John and Steve to talk about the discrimination against large families and gardens.
Yeah, thanks, Ann. A piece of context here. The current population of Manchester, I believe, is 5,400, 5,500 citizens. Is that correct?
53.
And we have 2,000 households on the water system. So my first question is, how many large households do we in fact have versus small ones? I'm sure there are many, but I don't know the exact number. I'm just a question of relevance here. Not to demean or criticize Ms. Delicio's comments, because there are clearly some households of 5, 6, and more people, but not many, is my point. John, did you want to add?
No, I mean, I agree that the head count is, the average household is not very large here in town. There are an awful lot of houses that have just two people. And the number of houses that have 6 or 7 residents, it's got to be very, very few, I would think. But still, to stay within tier 1, the consumption here for the median individual is well below 65 gallons per day per person. It's closer to 50. So we're already fairly conservative in the way we approach it. It's just that there's a tremendous amount of irrigation. That's why it drags our average up to close to 80. But the median is closer to 50. And at that level, a family of 4 or 5 isn't going to get out of tier 1.
Yeah, John is right. If I may add just that point, if you take the majority of households at the low end, the average daily use per capita, assuming that they are 2.5 people per household, is under 30 gallons per day. Just to give you an idea. And I don't think those people are skimping on hygiene and dishwashing and staying hydrated. So 65 gallons per day is set as a ceiling by the state, a maximum, very consciously, to allow for larger families, to allow for more frequent use of domestic water, and to allow a little bit of outdoor water use. It's not a punitive level at all, and I encourage anybody who's curious about this to try out one of the water use calculators on the internet, because it'll very quickly answer about 15 questions about how your house is set up and what your habits are of washing and cooking and whatnot. And you'll get some information about what you could be doing if you were really conserving versus where you may be today.
Thank you. Are there more? Right.
Yep, Dana.
I see Tom Hughes.
Tom Hughes has been up for a while.
Was that?
Tom Hughes?
Maybe he's exhausted.
He's next in line.
Okay, fine. Dana?
Yes.
Dana Vermillion on School Street in Manchester. First of all, I'd like to commend the goals of the task force, and I know that a tremendous amount of thought and work went into this. And one suggestion to further the goal of targeting excessive use is that Tier 3 is very large. It is a range of 30,000 gallons to 120,000 gallons. So it goes from people who are just a little bit over the average usage and not doing a lot of irrigation to people who are 4 times average the usage. And so I think, and there could be very legitimate reasons why someone is slightly over the average. Household size, kids on sports teams, you name it. So I would suggest that Tier 3 be higher at its starting point to allow for some legitimate reasons why somebody might be slightly over the average usage.
If I may, somebody who is just slightly over out of Tier 2 and into Tier 3 is paying for a very few gallons at the Tier 3 price. So it's not that you suddenly get your whole bill moved up a tier.
I do realize that it is the marginal rate, but it is such a substantial increase. It's 2.5 times the rate below that it can add up quite quickly. So it can impact people, particularly in today's inflation, people trying to save money. I just think you're lumping together people with slightly over average usage with people that have that the probability of their doing irrigation is a lot higher.
Does Steve or John?
Well, Steve, I know, has a slide that shows the number of people that would, in theory, be in that group. It's pretty small. Like what, 100 households or something?
255.
It's 255.
Okay,
households.
255.
Question?
Yes,
So those people who are in Tier 3 though, they will also benefit from the reduction in the rate in their
Yes.
Tier 1 water usage, correct?
And
Yes.
Tier 2.
And Tier 2, so I just think we need to keep that in mind. Everyone is getting a discount on the first 2 tiers. And it's only the marginal additional gallons over Tier 2 that are realizing the higher rates.
That delta would be.
The delta,
Right.
I think, is
Yeah,
gonna be very,
Would be absorbed.
yeah, some of that may be absorbed by the savings in the lower rates.
Some of it maybe, but again, I think it's just in terms of equity, putting 30,000 people in with 120,000 people is something to consider.
Thank you.
So Tom Keel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tom Keogh, 20 Lincoln Street. I think what we need to do is we need to keep in mind that one of the goals of the Water Resource Protection Task Force was to keep water available for the future. Chairman Gang talked about that early on in terms of the people who were the water and sewer commissioners back in the 1890s, making some decisions to get water for us. Water is a resource that is difficult to monitor. We can measure it, but we never know when we're not going to get it, like last summer, and the only thing we were looking at was the drought monitors. And this summer, and the only thing we're looking at is roads that are washed out in our state and other states around here as we get, 1, 2, or 3 inches of rain in a day. I'd also like people to think that, as was just mentioned by Selectman Bellotta, that you think about the summer irrigation. The summer irrigation part probably is about 1 1/2 of the quarters that people are billed for. So therefore, those people automatically, because if their irrigation is off for a lot of the time, many of them will wind up being in tier 2 or in tier 3 because they won't be using the water, whether it be for irrigating their lawns or watering their flower gardens or their vegetable gardens. I just wanted to bring up a couple things about meter replacement. The last time the Board of Select, yes.
So you know, you had 10 seconds, but again, you
All
are
right, I'll go fast.
a town father, emeritus, and
Thank
that
you.
gives you.
So the last time we did meter replacement, it was 2 to 3 years for that to happen. It didn't happen all at once, and that happened 15 to 18 years ago when we started that plan. So it is something that is important to get started, and as people have already mentioned, you have a way to keep track of your water right on your smartwatch. And the last thing I'll mention for people who've been in town for a long time, it's lucky Walter Wilworth, with his family of 15 living in one house, isn't here talking to us tonight about water usage.
Thank you, Tom.
Chris Glass.
Chris Glass.
Hi, Chris Glass, 12 Woodcrest Road. Can you guys hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Chris Glass, 12 Woodcrest Road. I'm a family of 7, so I am one of the big consumers and big families here in town. And my concern is that this will be a big penalty on people with not just big families, but families. The data that we would all still be in tier 1, I just don't buy that. And I've received the letter from the task force also saying that I'm in one of the top tiers. Also, I'd like to point out we don't own a swimming pool and we don't irrigate. This is just day-to-day, 3 loads of laundry, multiple dishwasher runs a day, and kids coming in from sports. So I really feel like this does not address the fact that people with families are going to be penalized with these big water increases if you're up in tier 3, which, you know, I see anybody with a family of even 4 is going to be up in tier 2, tier 3 automatically. So I'd also like to point out on my street, I am one of 2 households with kids. So out of 13 households, there are 2 with kids. Everyone else is 65 and older. Their usage is very different. They're hardly even here in the wintertime. First of all, they're usually off warm weather places. And so their overall usage is going to be completely different from somebody who is here 365 days a year with kids going to school, going to the beach, things like that. So that's just a point I wanted to make. I would like going forward for the select board to not vote on anything that doesn't take into account the census number of people in the house and the ability to make an adjustment based on that census. So thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
John, you had done a calculation recently about what tier a family of 4 would be in if they used 65 gallons a day.
That they come up with about 95,000 gallons a year. It's about 90 or 95,000 gallons a year. Now the quarterly
25
numbers,
per quarter on even.
it's about 25 per quarter.
If it's even,
That's
it's
100,000.
like 50.
Because these
50
limits are
summer.
per quarter and not,
That's correct. These numbers are all per quarter. Yeah.
so
that person would be in tier 3, fully in tier 3. Well, not fully, but
if
well
it's 25,000 gallons per quarter, they're entirely in
You're 1 and 2.
1 and 2.
that's correct. That's what I mean. Sorry. Yes. So I'm looking at the top line, not the bottom. Tier 3 became tier 2.
Yeah,
Right,
that's
so-
by intent.
Yeah.
Okay, apparently from what I'm hearing, not everyone was aware that these numbers are per quarter and not per year. And if that changes your calculations, maybe it will make you feel better. Okay, are there any other?
Yes, we have Bill Cross.
Okay,
It's at Ellen Cross, actually, at 31 Smiths Point Road. And I want to thank the Water Resource Task Force for all the work they've done. It's really helpful to have this information. But my question actually is a quarterly question. We get our bills quarterly, and it's very hard to change behavior if you don't have the information. Information is power. And when you're comparing first quarter bill to a third quarter bill, the usage can be really different. And it's hard to compare and change your behavior when it's done in a way that you don't really understand what you did a year ago compared to this year for that same time frame. In other words, if you have an irrigation system and there's a leak, sometimes you don't know you have the leak until you get the bill, and it's so much bigger than it was before, and you might not even know it was bigger because you can't find that bill from 3 quarters ago to compare. So I wonder if there's a way that they'll be providing a different way of providing information on the bills going forward.
Thank you. I think rather, I will let Steve answer that, just because this is Steve's show.
Thanks. Well, this is ultimately up to the DPW folks and the Water Division in particular. But the task force did recommend early on switching to billing in gallons instead of cubic feet. And I think that now appears as an addendum in the bills. But beyond that, we certainly shared a vision of something like what you get from National Grid or other utility providers, which furnishes a history of your usage that allows you to compare year to year. And in some cases, even furnishes standards from neighbors or properties similar to yours, all to help you understand, are you a heavy user, a light user? Are there things you should be doing? As you say, Ellen, information is power, and in this case, the more kind of steady dose of that kind of information we can send to households, probably the better.
Thank you. Jeff?
Also, sign up for the smart meter trial, and I'm quite confident that in the next couple of years, those will be with everyone. That's what I expect, and you'll see your daily usage, your 15-minute usage.
Thank you.
Okay. Just Ellen's comment is directly addressed by the smart meter, the shift to the smart meters. And Ellen, if you haven't signed up to be on the pilot, you sound like the type of person that would be interested, because you then get real-time information on what your water consumption is. And I agree that the bills right now, they come so late after the fact, you can't adjust your consumption habits based upon what you're getting in the mail. But the smart meters will give you real-time data on what's going on. And of course, along with that, if there are leaks as well, you'll know that right off the bat. So
Sarah Pierce?
Yes. Sarah, please.
Hi, yes, thank you. Sarah Pierce, 9 Front Street. I guess had a question for Steve Gang and also the select board. There was a mention of PFAS in our water, our drinking water, and then also the mention of hydrating. Does the select board and do you, Steve Gang, think it is safe to hydrate with water that is contaminated with PFAS? That's one question.
Thank you. I will come back to you if you have another question, but Steve or
Yes.
John,
This is a
let me just
complicated
say
issue.
for myself, I drink the water.
So do
but
I.
Do you think
it's
that our
complicated
current
because
levels are
the,
dangerous to our inhabitants?
Yeah, and you should understand that they are long-standing. They were introduced in the 50s. I think the first successful one was Teflon. But now there are thousands of compounds in this family we call PFAS. And very little, historically, very little medical or epidemiological research and facts about them. They're not regulated by the FDA. They're simply industrial chemicals, but they are used very widely, as you probably know. You'll find them in cosmetics, any kind of waterproof sunscreen or bug repellent, fast food packaging, microwave popcorn packages, dental floss, paint, artificial turf up to a certain point, many other uses. I think my takeaway as a layman reading a great deal of the available science and the EPA findings about this is that the EPA is justified in being very apprehensive about these chemicals and how widespread they are. They're measurable in the rainfall throughout the United States. They're measurable in virtually everybody's blood serum levels. And for myself, infants and pregnant women should be diligent in avoiding them. So drinking water that comes through a certified granulated activated carbon or reverse osmosis filter, which you can buy for your home, on the countertop or in the refrigerator or down in your basement for the whole house. And ultimately, I think all public water systems will comply with extremely tight levels, maximum levels of this contaminant, but we're not there today.
Thank you, Steve.
I could summarize it quickly. I think that our PFAS levels in this town are closely monitored and within guidelines, and we are ahead of the game in preparing ourselves to filter them out in the coming years.
I agree.
I don't know if Sarah had other questions.
Oh, Sarah, you had another question beyond hydration.
Well, I just want to make sure that I was getting like correct information back from the town that you do think that town supplied drinking water is safe to drink. So not if you're pregnant, or I'm a little confused on that, but if.
I think maybe that question should have gone to Chuck Dam rather than.
Well, I guess there's just been a lot of mention about PFAS, and it's very confusing to the public whether just the water that comes out of our tap. We don't drink the water that comes out of our tap water. We get water delivered, whether that's any better or not. I don't test it regularly, but I just think that the public should know. I mean, we can say what we know, but I don't know what the actual reports are. We're not given information on a regular basis.
Excuse me, the right person to address that to is the head of the DPW, who does the testing and knows the science.
Okay.
And
then I did have just one more question. If we were, I heard mention, I wasn't on the earlier part of this call, but I did hear mention of putting public bathrooms down at the park or to the right of the park, and wondered how is that going to help in conserving water usage in the town?
if I understand your question, you are asking whether having public restrooms downtown for people who are shopping, going to the beach, whatever, how that will affect the water consumption overall in town. Is that a summary of your question?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
I don't remember it being brought up as a topic earlier in this discussion.
Well, not maybe in this discussion, but I've heard talk about
Sarah,
that happening.
Not back and forth with John, please.
Okay, well, obviously there's more water involved if and when something like that is constructed. I don't see that affecting 150 million gallons a year that we need to have issues with that unless there's a leak or some sort of abuse with the installation. But I don't think that's a significant concern given the volume of water that's consumed and the number of people in town.
Okay, I just thought with the main concern of conserving water
Yeah.
we wouldn't be adding using water.
Okay, I'm just going to say that at a gallon of flush, it's going to take an awful lot of tourists to affect our water use.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your sincere response.
Eric?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment based on that exchange, which I just find.
The FDA does not test for PFAS in bottled water at all. There is no regulation for bottled water or commercial water that is available. However, municipal water in cities is subject to 100 times more testing than bottled water, and that is an absolute fact. And that's in the cities. In the rural areas, it's slightly less than 100 times, but it's FDA bottled water is not tested for PFAS and not reported out.
And that's exactly what I said, Erica. I was not sure what was in our bottled water. Thank you.
Okay. Is,
Harris Comichain has hand up again.
Hi, thank you. Yep, Harris Comichain, 5 Eagle Head again. So just a question on the approval. So if you vote to approve this, is it then approved, and then when would it take effect?
the proposal is for this immediate quarter. That is to say, it is proposed as a retroactive rate. Well, for 17 days retroactive.
If it's meant to be an incentive, why would you make it retroactive?
Because we didn't get to it in time.
Okay, but then shouldn't it take effect in the next quarter? So that people can actually adjust their usage?
Thank you, that's a very good suggestion.
Thank you.
You want to comment on that, Steve?
Yes, we're a couple weeks into the quarter, which of course has 12 weeks in it, and we've experienced mainly rainy weather. So I don't think it's inconsistent with the purposes of the conservation intent of these new rates to put them in effect retroactive to July 1st. Although if the select board preferred, they could be effective tomorrow. And we put DPW jumping through some tremendous hoops to implement that. But they are largely aimed at behavior during the months of May through October, so that if you don't enact them this quarter, effective this quarter, you might as well wait a year. They're not, the rates themselves are primarily aimed at outside use of water, which pretty much ceases by November.
Are there any
Donna first.
Okay. We're now way over.
Hey, sorry, this is Philip Furs, and I'm using her phone. So 8 Blossom Lane, and I want to circle back around to a comment that Mary Foley made, which I think was not addressed fully or addressed adequately. And I think it basically comes back, like, first of all, thank you for all the work you guys have done on the water committee. And we really appreciate it. Obviously, the idea is to reduce water consumption. I get it. I think that will be the effect. By the same token, I think the basic premise, like Steve, one of your opening comments, I think is fundamentally flawed. So I think it views how the conversation or how the setup is, that you guys have devised works. So the concept that just because that you're in tier 1 makes you efficient is incorrect. That doesn't make you efficient. That just makes you based on your footprint, you have less consumption. Efficiency has to do with usage per person. So the easiest way to understand that is what Mary was getting at, was usage, on a per household per person basis, right? So take the example, I've got 6 people. If I use the Massachusetts recommended gallons per day of 65, 365 days a year, I convert that to using the cubic feet per metric, whatever. That translates into like a 4,000 plus recommended. That puts me on tier 3, and I'm doing exactly what Massachusetts, which for now, I'm going to assume that's a reasonable assumption.
May I interrupt you quickly? That is not an annual rate, that's a quarterly rate.
Yeah, absolutely. I absolutely, and I converted it to quarters, so that puts me.
I missed that conversion.
So I did the conversion. That puts me at roughly 4,757 using the mass per quarter, which puts me in a penalized state where my rate on the phase structure goes up 4.5x. Now compare that to a single person household. Same thing. Let's start with the premise that they use 65 gallons per day, just like me. They end up doing the same conversion around 700 in tier 1. Now, so basically now they can go up to they could use actually close to 150 gallons per day and still be rewarded being tier 1. So they can have one person being massively efficient, being inefficient on a per person basis and be rewarded. So this concept that just because you have a smaller footprint, therefore you're efficient, that's flat out wrong. Now you could debate the merits, say you want to tax people more because they use more, but it's not a measure of efficiency. That's point 1. But that then brings me to point 2. It's double taxation in a sense. You already capture people with higher households usage in terms of taxes via the property tax. So if you make the assumption, which is an absolutely fair assumption, that first of all, larger households are going to have generally more people are going to use more water, you're already taxing us on the property tax rate on our footprint. So if you assume what I just said, you're already getting extra money that feeds back into the town that we're paying for services. So I'm getting taxed twice, once for my larger house, which is fine, and again, because I have more people, but you've already gotten that money. So again, it's nothing to do with efficiency what you're doing, you're just doing it. So actually,
You're way over 2 minutes.
Yeah, I may be, but I'm very accurate, so it's important to draw this out. So let me finish my point. And the third point is you actually, you're disincentivizing, you're trying to get more people or younger families to move in this town. All else being equal, you're just penalizing people that have young and growing families. You actually are trying to shrink your household, all else being equal, which makes no sense either with what you guys have stated you're trying to do. And then finally, the concept that you jump from, I understand why you reduce the tiers, but the fact that you can be efficient at 4,000 gallons per year, or whatever it is per quarter, I should say, like I said, with a family of 6, adhere to the Massachusetts rule and be penalized, and you're still on the same penalty scale that you were at 16,000 per quarter on the phase basis, it'd be 4.5 times more than what you guys have said is absurd. Like, you've got to make more tiers than that. That range is way too wide because you're penalizing it. It's absurd. All right, so I'm finished. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
By way of response, I would only say, I wish, Philip, that you had stepped up and been involved in the task force. We've been diligent about all of the issues you raised. For the past 18 months, we've had 20 volunteers, including engineers, chemists, biologists, data scientists. It's among, I ran multi-million-dollar projects for Boston Consulting Group, and this one rivals any of those in terms of the depth, the quality of work, and the commitment of the members of the team. It's late in the process to
late in the process
these kinds of changes.
Late in the process, because you have a bad outcome doesn't mean you implement a bad outcome or an inefficient outcome.
Wait till
that doesn't justify doing. You don't make a bad decision because you're deep into a process. That's actually the basic premise of any organizational behavior study ever done about what's gone wrong. It's like, well, we'll see if we can't change it now. That's the definition of the efficiency right there.
Thank you.
I mean, I don't disagree. Look, thank you very much for your point, your work, but that's just not a reason not to go forward.
I think at this point, I would take a motion to close the public hearing.
May I make a last comment here? This is Lorraine Ivani, 20A Pine Street.
If it's very quick.
It will be quick. I posed this question to the group that did all of the study, and thank you very much for doing that. Has any thought been given to rebates? You know, a lot of communities do an analysis of each household, and you have water heater rebates, turf replacement rebate programs for, the land surrounding their homes, rain barrels, any other type of thing, washing machines, dishwashers, energy efficient types of water saving appliances. It just seems to me that we're all very cognizant of these things, and it doesn't mean that we shouldn't conserve, we should. But I think that I didn't hear anything about, I hear a lot about families feeling that they're penalized, but how about looking at families that have taken necessary steps, and also maybe the town could give a rebate to folks to change their behavior, in other words, change the dynamics.
Thank you, Lorraine. One of the things that we've made fairly clear is that the tiers do give people an incentive to conserve, because the more you conserve, the less you pay.
Yeah. I realize that, but just to take it to another level, that's all I'm saying, that the town itself might want to, for those people, like some of the electric companies, they say, yeah, you're doing a great job, and guess what? We're going to, reduce your, whatever you pay, or give you a look, I'm just throwing it out there. I don't have an answer on this. I do appreciate it.
Chair, may I?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
May I respond very quickly? Lorraine, you're spot on, and it's one of the reasons that we are recommending, and the select board is considering, a tier 1, which reduces the per gallon or per cubic foot rate and will generate, we think, a $100 to $250 savings for close to 60% of the households in Manchester. And if that's not a rebate program, I don't know what else you could call it. So we agree 100%, and we're trying to put your recommendation into action.
That's a good way of, fashioning it. Thank you.
We haven't talked much about it, but that's part of the education thing that's part of this whole effort. Rain barrels are already happening at a discounted rate, and we've talked about a review like the Mass Save electric program for water.
Okay. Now, I think I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is the committee ready to vote?
Yes.
And Brian, how is, yes?
Yes.
Kathy?
Yes.
Ann says yes.
Yes.
John says yes. Now, we get to do a certain amount of discussion among ourselves before we vote on the actual proposal. And some of the things that have come up, even early on, were how does this handle multifamily? And it isn't in the proposal. How do we handle commercial users? Hasn't been a problem in the past, but with the much higher rate for higher consumption, it will be an issue for our commercial users. And nothing's been said about the schools. How are we going to charge the schools for their water? And
Do we charge them now? Is that a government entity that?
Yes, because it's regional.
It's a regional.
Yep.
Region. Okay.
How quickly could we get answers to those questions?
Well, in terms of the multifamily dwelling units, that's a pretty easy one. The commercial rates, if you want a separate structure for commercial establishments, that's a little more involved. It would take a little more development of an alternative structure.
Or could we
Or you can
leave
keep the
them?
existing structure, do a simple 3% increase and.
Right. That's what I'm asking.
Use that. I mean, that would be a simple solution without tinkering really with what we already have.
okay, are you suggesting that we now ignore the Water Resource Protection Task Force recommendation and approve 2.5% increase in the price of water using current?
I was responding to Kathy's concern about commercial. You could do that just for commercial if you wanted to.
So I guess my question is, we have talked for many months about residential. I think the team has done an extraordinary job modeling residential and I think moving forward with residential rate structure and then having a waiver process to deal with some of the edge cases, if you will, is a fair way of proceeding. However, have we not modeled commercial, that would bother me to implement a new rate structure on something that has not been modeled. So that's my question.
So I don't believe that modeling has been done.
Okay. So would it be possible to easily, like you said, what was the rate increase last year, 2.5%?
It's 2.5 or 3, I'd have to look it up.
You know, I don't want to delay making a change in the residential rates unnecessarily. However, I am not comfortable approving something that could greatly impact our businesses without the modeling. So I'm proposing that we move forward with a residential rate change. And then on the commercial side, I'm open to suggestions if we, can just keep the structure. What's easiest to do?
Yeah, the easiest way is to keep the existing structure for commercial with a small increase to adjust for the overall budget. So the overall budget is up 2.5%. So we would normally, if we weren't doing any rate structure, we would be recommending, just like we are on the sewer side, recommending a 2.5% increase to the rates.
Would that be difficult for Chuck to implement?
No.
Having run a rated service before, I wanted to ask the question because, and I do.
Even if we had to do it manually, it's a small enough segment. Okay. It's 73 accounts, I think. Okay. So it's not an unwieldy number.
Brian?
It's me, Ian Harrison.
You're not chewing on your pen, so it's not really neat.
I hear what some of the larger households are saying, okay? And I have 3 kids, not 4. And I hear what they're saying. I do understand, I don't know if it's lost in the fact that for the first, that it's gonna be a stepped usage, okay? They're not gonna be, they're not gonna be billed at tier 3 until they get to tier 3. So the savings that they recognize while they're still in the step tiers 1 and 2, it's not going to be significant. I hear what they're saying, and I'm conflicted, and I wish in hindsight that we'd done a little bit more homework in that regard. But other than that, I am satisfied that to the point where the system itself is stepped, and that the savings will be realized at the beginning to be spread out over the entire course of the quarter.
If I may just address that concern. So the proposed tier 2 is currently at 4,000 cubic feet. If you up that to 6,500 cubic feet, that would accommodate a family of 8 and still be in tier 2 at the 65 gallons per person. So that's a small tweaking.
No, and I appreciate that. And again, there's still
a tier. It would keep those larger families in tier 2. They wouldn't go to tier 3.
And then when they do spill over into tier 3, they'll have realized the savings while they're still in the tier 1 and tier 2 kind of thing.
Okay. At this point, I don't have something in front of me.
In your package?
I have it in my package and it's in gallons.
No, it's on gallons on one side and cubic feet on the other.
Okay, I was looking in the wrong direction. So you're suggesting that we change tier 2 from 4,000 cubic feet to
6,500.
6,500.
Comes very close to capturing a family of 8.
I'm good with that.
And that goes from currently $7.32 per cubic foot to $8 per.
I'm good.
Okay, I mean, I'm just trying to figure out, so that's a family of 8 at 65, at the 65 gallons per person per day, which is not what happens in Manchester. Manchester's median number is
But you have to
lower.
consider-
Yes, I understand.
There are some large families.
Yes, there are some large families, but I think in general, most people are not at the 65 gallon per day per person consumption. I think in this town, it's probably a little bit less.
Well, I want to speak to that. Can I, Madam? Okay. I'm trying to go through the thing. Okay, we've heard, the 2 or 3 families that spoke were talking about a lot of athletes in those families. Okay, there's a lot of showers. Okay, there's a lot of uniforms that have to be washed. Okay, there's probably a dog in there at some point too. All right, so as I'm comforted, okay, with that change right there.
So, one more question. So, you know, we do typically change these rates annually, right? But to your point, we don't have to. We can, any type of big change like this is difficult, right? Whatever we do, whatever type of change we implement tonight, I would suggest we come back, you know, ask the DPW to present to us the data as to what happened the last quarter. So let's revisit with real data, what was the impact of whatever decision we make tonight.
To that end, I am sympathetic to concerns about it being implemented immediately. I think, I know that a lot of people won't change behavior, but there may be people who do. If I was presented with it, I would want the time to be able to correct my behavior if I wanted to. And I don't think we're giving people enough time to correct their behavior if they want to.
Well, so if the behavior we're really trying to correct is irrigation, quite frankly, given the amount of rain we've had the past 2 weeks.
But I can't tell you what's going to happen.
I think this is a perfect time.
No,
you know, I'm just
I just
saying.
don't know what's going to happen in August.
Well,
you know, I don't have that crystal ball. So.
Well, you know, to the point of doing it now or delaying it, challenge is, we've heard from a number of people tonight, but there are several hundred people that are in this so-called 20%, and the 20% was the people that would fall into Tier 3 and Tier 4, and there are hundreds of them that we have not. And a lot of those people aren't going to pay any attention until they open a bill and they see what the story is. And the sooner they open a bill and find out, the sooner we can start to foster some changes. If you don't do that and you delay it, those people, again, until they wait, we're going to have to wait for the next bill before they open it.
Would it be possible to send out bills with the current rate, and here is what the proposed rates would do, so that
we talked about that last year.
And so I am very concerned about everything. I'm very concerned about a couple of things. One is that I've heard that you were doing this for conservation, and the conservation concern is the very large users, and the very large users aren't going to change their behavior. So I don't see, I'm having a problem with the whole logic. I've also heard that it's not going to change our income for the water enterprise, and that it's going to produce a lot of money, and we're going to be able to pay for the PFAS treatment with it. And I'm having trouble with those comments. And yes, I did hear Steve say that. And this is bothering me. It's also bothering me that, as has been said, people have no chance to fix. Even to make simple fixes like going to drip irrigation, before they get a huge bill. And frankly, that doesn't sound like sound government to me.
I understand,
The task force has done a lot of work, they've uncovered a lot of stuff, but we've got to give, I would like to give the people of town a chance to look at what this is going to do and what they can do to improve their water usage before we hit them with a huge bill. I think hitting them with a huge unexpected bill is going to make the town unhappy. That's my part of this discussion. And I am going,
Would you be happy with, say, an October start?
I would be happy with sending out 2 quarterly bills with what you would be paying and getting the feedback, and then we look at it in January. And if we think that the major rate change is appropriate, then we make the change in January where it's not going to have a huge effect on people, but they have another warning that this is coming.
Well, October, they would not have a big change. You're into the low water use quarter.
If there are problems with people who have 6 kids and they're taking showers all the time, they'll see it more in October.
I think that's a good point, that the people we want to influence, it's, in some cases, it's almost too late. And we're gonna lose a year because we didn't get things done in a timely manner, which unfortunately, I think, we need to rethink how we, as part of the governance project, I think there's some improvements we can make to make sure things get done in a timely manner. I wonder if we can send out the 2 bills, right, during this quarter, but do it in a way that we get the feedback early enough so we can implement something in October. That's 2.5 months away, rather than waiting until January for the implementation, just because.
They get the bill in October, so we don't get the feedback until they've got the bill.
Well, so what I was asking is, it's almost a household by household modeling, taking their existing usage, but apply the new rates, right? And say for, April through, the Q2, here's what you paid. If you had had the new rate structure, here's what you would have paid. Okay, so we have history that we could do that. Right? Retroactive. Doing what Brian said, but retroactively, right? Just to give them a sense, because that would
also, it's also, I think we ought to do with the two versions of the bill, where the lower one is what you pay for the quarter that ends in October, because there isn't time for people to adjust their behavior. That's me.
I guess what I'm suggesting is the behavior that needs to be adjusted isn't going to be adjusted till next June anyway. So that's why I'm not quite as worried about an October implementation. If we give people feedback on what their historic usage has been, old and new rate, we have another public forum. That was just my point, because I just don't think that.
There's no reason why we can't bring this up again in October and go through the same discussion, or
September, end of September,
come up with.
Exactly.
I think that's a good compromise. We can discuss.
Well, there are bills that are going out in August for the April, May, June.
Right.
Okay, that's a month away.
Give them 2 bills.
Well, the question is in 1 month, can you do the programming to make that happen?
I have to talk to
That's hard.
Or is it really everybody who needs to see those two bills? Or is it the same constituents that we sent the letter to?
It's mostly that.
So it's a subset, right? But I would also ask that we, have a firm answer on the commercial as well.
The commercial and the schools.
Yeah.
Schools are
Yes,
important.
I put that in the category, but yes, commercial on schools.
I would move that I would like to see that we table this, we revisit this in the September.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me suggest, instead of tabling
Well,
it,
I mean, at least revisit it.
that we agree to increase both the water and sewer rates by 2.5%, as was projected in the budget, and that we passed at the annual town meeting, and that we agree to rehear this in September.
Yes. And just, I want to make sure we give the team a clear action, or Chuck, whoever, on what it's going to take, what we need them to do before we meet again in September.
Those bills normally go out in middle of August. To do what we want to do based upon the discussion I hear, I mean, maybe that gets delayed a week or two. I don't know that that's a big issue.
What you do is separate mailing to those 400 plus or minus
Yes.
people with, here's your alternative bill if we had gone ahead. That's
And it
a couple ways to
actually,
do that.
yeah.
Well, yeah, but the sooner we do something, the sooner we're going to learn how things fit together. And we've spoken with other communities, and this does take some time, years, before you kind of figure out, okay, we're making some progress. So October is okay, I think is okay with me. I agree that the summer is pretty much gone. But I don't want to delay any more than that.
So, can I have a motion to increase both the water and sewer rates currently implemented 2.5%, and reconsider more progressive rates in our second September meeting?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Is there further discussion? Thank you, Brian. Brian?
No, yes, no. No further discussion, yes, let's go.
Kathy? Yes. John?
Yes.
Anne says yes. Thank you all for all of your contributions. This has been a very educational experience. And now, I would like to take a 2-minute break, because I have been sitting longer than is good for me. And then we will come back and have a discussion of pickleball courts. And I'm sorry to the pickleball people who've been here listening to water rates, but this is an important discussion. Greg,
Yeah, okay.
the standing up is for you.
Yeah, thank you. I did catch that, actually. So thank you.
Is your name on?
Okay, yeah.
Consider doing the smart meters first, having that be the pilot for quite a while, and then.
You forgot something.
No, that's going to go in parallel. We felt that they would go in parallel. The smart meters did not come first, but we said this could all be done in parallel. And it's going to be, the pilot is going to take a year.
Yeah.
We need a whole year of data.
But by the logic of 65 gallons per person, the commercial users, including the multifamily, they can't. Why would there be?
Oh, you here for pickleball?
Probably not for the commercial. I mean, we've run some of the numbers from that. The most that they would go up would be.
Good, how are you?
Whatever they're paying now, they pay twice as much. Okay. And so they're used to a $10,000 bill, now it's $20,000.
Exactly, that's pretty
This is my
considerable.
youngest.
It's considerable to what they've been paying, but.
Absolutely. Raise rents.
I'll be there.
Yeah, but all of the multifamily things, we've already discussed. We would talk with all of them and we'd say, what is your number? We'll divide it by the number of units. In other words, if there are 3 units on one.
That's not gonna be, that's just.
No, that's just doing the math.
So she'll ever put
And for all of those.
She's gonna think all those filers.
I know.
The business things and
The Summer Street place and the Philiuses and the Browns, they'd all.
we all know who they are.
Thursday morning.
And they would just get calculated after.
In the past, they passed, well, Browns haven't done
Because
that,
my
but.
dog was coughing up, hacking up a lung. And I thought it was kennel cough, something like that, and then.
In abatement, we're just divided up by the number of units and then whatever.
My daughter has a dog, and I called my daughter.
We're not talking abatement here, we're just talking, do the math.
They get a separate,
So, yeah, you divide it by the number of units.
It's pneumonia.
No,
She also has,
Chuck is,
the doctor says.
you know, on a case-by-case basis, he's not about to put in a separate meter
Yeah, of course.
into these
Well, she lives with me, of course.
Too costly. Too costly.
And
Just one ulcer?
One ulcer.
That's all she has?
Smart meters are gonna have the biggest impact.
Smart meters will be great.
Yeah. I mean, I'm in the
Which is-
20%
Well,
and
it's
I have
common
no
around
lawn,
aging
no
little
pool.
dogs.
But yeah, no lawn and no pool.
No lawn, no pool, and you're up there, I don't know is that's based on that's on 10-year history, and I don't know.
I have 3 kids.
I found the paperwork.
Thinking.
She was,
But
when she was
it means
adopted,
that,
so
the
she
big thing
was
I was asking about
straight-
is that the
she was
top
straight from
20%,
Alaska.
if you get rid of the top 5%, and
she
they
was from
all
Washington State.
dramatically change their behavior. They don't do what you think they're gonna do. Say you get one
She has
shot,
to live with me.
they change.
Then
And
then
then the 20% slides
This is
down.
the longest relationship I've been
Ah.
in since my marriage.
Do not give me another open.
Theoretical.
No, but they, okay, are we ready to?
Yes.
Or no, is it, so, okay, need that, so gallons remains consistent.
Right.
Got it, okay.
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
it's a
I
complex
need it, I
issue.
need it, I mean, I need to.
No idea.
Does anybody know how to whistle?
Okay, the next, now we are going to discuss pickleball. And Greg, could you, well, or would you like to have Cheryl explain for us?
She's here.
I'm happy to have Cheryl give us the summary of where things stand. They have a copy of your timeline, which was very helpful. Bottom line is, I'll cut the chase, but you can add to the details. Bottom line is, the courts went in last summer. There were some concerns raised by a few residents near the courts about the impact of the noise. The Park and Rec Committee went through a series of steps to try to mitigate the noise in terms of reducing, controlling the time, and embarked on a study, hired a consultant to look at potential mitigation measures, focusing on some sound barriers at the courts primarily. Commissioned a study that recommended extending the poles 12 feet high and putting soundproofing barriers on the poles, and also recommended that the equipment that has a lower sound generation factor be used, or at least encouraged to be used. So that's the recommendation from the Park and Rec Committee to you, to move forward with installing those barriers on the court, and to encourage the use of the new equipment. So that's a very high-level overview, and I can have you fill in more details, but that's where things stand. So the recommendation is before you, and you need to decide what to do with that recommendation.
I think we will take public comment on this, although it's not a public hearing. But first, I would like to hear from the board. John?
Difficult topic, these walls. What do we know about them, these barriers? Who's used them? I don't know what the cost is, but who's used them? What's worked, what hasn't worked? Are there any around here that, I haven't even seen pictures. I don't know what's involved with this. But there are an awful lot of unknowns that we're putting an awful lot of faith in here with regard to this product.
Well, one of the things, I know more than I knew a year ago, I'll tell you that.
I'm sure you do.
The bar was pretty low.
Yeah, I do not know everything, I will say. But originally, when we were looking at soundproof barriers, what we saw were colored, basically plastic pieces that go on the fence. And we find out those actually reflect the sound. They can, if you're standing there and it's between us, I wouldn't hear things, but if I was back or higher, or it would actually reflect the sound. So learned that's not good. So when we talked about putting something on the fence, there's more of like a blanket type thing. The neighbors, so there's a couple of neighbors who are bothered by the sound, but there's other neighbors who do not want to see a wall there, so they've asked us to look into transparent barriers, which is why that was our recommendation based on what we heard from other neighbors. So in the end, researching, there is only one type of transparent barrier, only one company makes it. Just happen to have someone here tonight who knows more about it than I do. If we do want to ask him questions, we have Joe Lyman in the back, who is also an ambassador for the area for pickleball. So, because they're the only company that makes it, that is probably what we would look at doing. Since our recommendation, I have also been reached out by USA Pickleball that they would like to look into possibly running a couple of tests, have us test out some stuff and then possibly get a discounted rate, but I do not believe any of that stuff is transparent. And our committee does recommend the transparent because that's what we heard from neighbors. Of course, then we'll also get into cost. That right now, what we have is our CPA grant money minus the cost of the pickleball sound mitigation study that we did. So obviously that's also going to be part of the equation is how much do we want to spend on that? We just want to spend what we have. We want to do more.
I have a question. In the analysis, there were two things mentioned. One was the clear sound mitigation, but there was also mention of a tennis bubble. I don't know what that looks like, or and I was just wondering what's the cost difference between the two, and what is a tennis ball?
I think Brian's only laughing because he was
thinking about an igloo.
he was at the meeting when we did talk about it, so I did look into tennis bubbles very at a high level. One company said anywhere from $1 million to $2.5 million, because you can't just have a bubble now. You also need lights and you need air, and so you need all that.
I understand.
So then another company that I reached out to, I asked a little more specific, and they said, well, you could get a bubble for $500,000 that would have the electricity and the air, but it would not stop the sound.
You're already out of my price range, thank you for that.
Well,
But I
You're
still
just
don't.
able to play when it rains.
I still
Right, but you
don't.
could play 24/7.
There you go. I wasn't clear on what the actual cost of, for the 12-foot clear proposed sound barrier.
So I do have one estimate. Do you want to talk first? I'm sorry,
No.
you put your hand up.
No?
So I do have an estimate from the one company, so that we would also need to extend the fence, so there would be that additional cost, but that one company that does do them, and again, we have a representative here if we want to ask more specific questions, but that would be $26,720 approximately. It's not,
This is for a what,
for a clear
for the clear?
barrier in the front, and then on the Sweeney Park side, halfway down, it would be more of a noise absorbing, so it would not be clear, but on that side, 60 feet down, 12 feet high for the,
And you mentioned that along with that $27,000 plus or minus, there would be 2 sound studies.
so yes, and they would test the sound before. They've already done a couple of sound tests, but they'll do some more sound tests to see where we're at with nothing, and then they would put up their product and see what the sound is after, with the guarantee of what they could do. So how many decibels they can take it down.
And, so a couple of meetings that I attended, I think there were more people concerned about the aesthetics than the acoustics, as far as the neighbors go. Obviously, there were a couple of people, two or three neighbors, that were very concerned about the acoustics. But there were a lot more that I heard were more concerned what they were really looking at. Okay, so I think that's why they went with the clear plastic.
We also
thought that clear was somewhat of a safety
Except for
issue
the
too.
birds. Except for the birds that are gonna fly into it.
No time for jokes tonight, Brian.
But so, I mean, that's what I heard.
You said you had, some CPC money, and I've forgotten, I didn't write down the amount.
It's okay. We have $19,000 left.
19,000, and you would, your, for this mitigation, it would be 26, 27? So you're looking for,
So if that's what, if you accept our recommendation and you also agree that that's what should be done, then yes, we'd also have to figure out where to get the extra money.
could that come from the revolving fund?
It could.
From the revolving fund? Because I think we take money out of it from time to time, don't we?
We have, yes.
Yeah, finance committee, but
We're going to hear tonight more about the, it's been going on for a year, we've been hearing a lot, we needed to kind of finish it and make a decision and move on, and we're looking for your support. I'll comment at some point as well.
A couple of things. So the report that was put together, that was done with modeling. Were they actually here, or they said, send us the decibel levels and we'll use GPS to look at your geography and put something together. So they were not actually here, standing out there looking at various, so this is all modeling.
This is all modeling, and it did send them the state decibel report, but they didn't find it really relative to what they were doing. So they used the decibel counts just from their general knowledge of what's around.
Oh, so they weren't even our decibel counts.
No, and they gave us a good idea of how to understand it, but they also called 127 a country road, I believe, so.
It's a state, yeah.
No, we'd want the real numbers before we started. I mean, we have the state numbers, but as the Board of Health said too, we want some more readings done.
one of the things that they say a lot in here is that the sound that comes out of a pickleball court is not like a waterfall where it's a continuous roar. It's intermittent and more like living next to a rifle range.
Right, which people do.
People do,
Right
but people, yeah, but, so it's the nature of the noise.
Right, the frequency and the frequency, so you know what I mean?
The frequency and the intermittent nature.
Right.
That make it particularly difficult, which means that you have to be careful when either your installer or the state is measuring, that they are in fact measuring in a way that reflects the nature of the noise, not just, okay. I would like to hear from the expert.
Yeah.
Joe, would we call you an expert?
That be me?
Yeah, the expert.
I'm Joe Lyman. I'm not from Manchester, but Eastern Mass District Ambassador for Pickleball, which covers everything out to Worcester, from the New Hampshire down to the islands. Running into, obviously, many cities and towns that are having noise issues. And there are several different ways of mitigating them, one being the barriers. Company that I'm involved with, they're the only ones that have a clear product, which does mitigate the sound, not quite as heavily as 3 of their other products. They have different ones that, depending upon distance from residences.
Mhm.
But the clear would work very well along the 127. It's roughly 120 foot long.
Mhm.
By, well, right now it's 10 foot high fencing. It's being suggested to increase that to 12. And along the sides, the 6 foot fencing, again, increasing it to 12. So there'll be that cost, in addition to the panels themselves. But the clear panels do two things. One is provide the noise mitigation, but also for safety purposes, it allows security, so you can actually see into the court, so no nefarious issues are going on in there. So those courts, I had provided the information, the actual logistics of where they are to the company that did the sound test, did the presentation that you have in your hands. And I had done some sound tests myself, which I also provided to them and to Cheryl. So what was there originally, I'm assuming there were 2 tennis courts, which would be a lot quieter, obviously. Now there's 6 pickleball courts, and I took readings when nobody was there, took readings when there were all 6 courts going. And when just this morning, there were just 4 courts going, one of which I was on, and Jeff over here was there as well. So you have a combination of issues. One is you don't want it to look like a totally enclosed building. So that the clear will work for that. And the other ones that we would use on the side are the Performance Series, which absorbs the sound. And this company they didn't just get into this business. They've been doing it for like 50 years on sound mitigation. So that's their core business. The product comes from New Zealand. And like I say, they've been making these kinds of products for about 50 years. So it's not a new venture for them. Some of the other companies are relatively new. One product that's being used in Burlington, Mass, that they really wouldn't use again, except that they already bought them. They're in use now. So when they move to a different location, which was a former ice rink or skating rink, they will transport those, but I don't think they have enough to go all the way around. So I suggested filling the gap with the product from this company. But then Wellesley has issues. There are issues around other cities and towns that I'm very aware of, some of which has been in the newspapers. But there's also some issues where people that don't really understand the situation, from like 2.5, 3 miles away from a potential location, like in Beverly, where the brand new courts were built, just waiting for the purchase order for the barriers. But they're limited because it's on a landfill. They couldn't put up 12-foot fencing. It's only 6 feet. But there's a building there as well to help block the sound. So, but there are people in Beverly that have no idea of any of this. And like I say, they're way beyond any sound issues. But at Sweeney, I mean, you can hear the train when it goes by from the court, at the courts, and that's probably 300-400 or more feet away. But that's basically this information.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I have not seen a picture, and furthermore, I've not said where has this been installed?
Well,
like within 100 miles of here.
Well, this particular company's looking and trying to get, because the company in Connecticut that has the United States rights for this product,
Yeah.
they're trying to get information from Hashtag, which is the name of the company in New Zealand, for United States locations. But they've used a competitive brand that they've had that has some of the same features except not the clear. And those are along, I think, 128 in, I forget what area, but I can get that kind of information for you. And, but like I say, they've been doing it around construction sites are where this technology was originally developed for. You know, we have jackhammering and other situations that are even more annoying than pickleball.
So it's tough to find a site because a lot of it was construction sites that are no longer construction sites, so it's all.
Right, so as a pickleball solution, I don't get the feeling that anybody has tried this as a pickleball solution to see what the story is. They have, or
in New Zealand.
like a similar product.
Correct.
But not around here, because there are lots of towns that are going through what we're going through.
Right.
And none of them have pulled the trigger on anything yet.
They have, like he said, the Burlington, they bought this, like if you ask around first, the first thing that comes up is this stuff that's called Acoustafence. So Burlington bought the Acoustafence, and then they put it up, and it didn't work.
That's my second question.
It worked to a point. That was the thing that I was talking about, that if I put it between us right now and you talked, I wouldn't hear you. But if I moved back or up, I would. So it wasn't absorbing the sound, it was kind of reflecting it back. Is that accurate? You think that's accurate
Correct, yeah,
describing
there are
that?
some that are reflective of the sound, and there are others that absorb the sound. So the ones that absorb the sound, the people within that space would not have adverse issues with the sound. But with the Acoustafence, it reflects the sound. So it's louder within that space than it is outside the space. So there are issues to consider.
Yeah.
Visibility, sound, and absorption versus reflection.
Right?
Oddly, I never thought about the various activities going on behind the darkened screens. So that's.
I definitely did, and that ran it by the chief, yes. He was not too concerned that even if it was, even if it wasn't the clear, he wasn't too concerned that they could go around, but I would,
Perhaps we
I
can
would
lock
be.
the courts when they're not in use, and that might reduce the number of people who come
We
on.
have been doing that, so, at the timeline, yeah, we've been blocking them at 8 PM.
No, that was just something,
No.
an added advantage.
Yes, right.
Kathy?
I have no questions.
I think you said that the company would do a sound test before and a sound test afterward. And what's the guarantee of the reduction?
The technology, they have the tests could be anywhere, for the clear, it's about a 20% reduction in sound. And it will bring it
Which would be like 10 decibels down.
about that, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because right now it's in the mid-50s.
Yep.
For whether you're at 8 Forest Street or 142 Summer Street, which were the two test,
Yep.
two areas that were either complainants or
Areas of
suggested
concern.
to do the tests.
So it's mid-50s right now, and this should reduce it to mid-40s?
No.
No.
Reduce it to less than 50 decibels, which is normal talking. There's let's see. In the report that you have
Yeah.
on the tells you, you know, roughly
Right.
what,
On page,
it, yeah, 50 decibels, that's moderate rainfall. 40 is a refrigerator, et cetera. And 60 is normal conversation. But it's like we're talking now, if I have my meter, you know, being around 60, you know, near to me. But it's not the impact that, you know, a plastic ball on a hard surface is, you know, which is different.
Mhm.
So,
You would take that into account with the readings
oh,
as
definitely,
well,
yeah,
right?
definitely.
so my question is, if the solution doesn't work, if it doesn't get the reduction that it's promised, what's our recourse?
So we talked about there being a guarantee of
Right.
that, then they would
Yeah.
add more to it if, yeah, so they would have to add more to it, I assume. I don't know what else you'd be
Well,
able to do.
Take it away and give us back our money.
Yeah.
Work out something on that respect.
Is there
Yeah.
public comment?
Well, just before you open it up, I guess, to public comment, I am on the Parks and Rec committee,
Yeah.
and I just.
And you're Muffin Driscoll.
I
and
I
everybody
apologize, Muffin Driscoll,
Another
33
one of
Bridge
those,
Street. I haven't done that in a long time. I just think it's important to note that the Parks and Rec Director, Cheryl, and the committee have respectfully been very diligent in trying to meet the concerns of pickleball players and the neighborhood. And I think Cheryl has been very responsive to those concerns. I think we are probably a lot earlier in the game, so to speak, than other communities that have put pickleball courts in terms of figuring out some sound mitigation. So I have always felt like the approach is a compromise to the concerns of everyone. And I just felt that it's important we need to put that out on the table. You know, John, to your point, we wish there were courts we could go look at and see what these types of screens, walls, whatever, actually look like. Maybe we should go to New Zealand, there you go.
Well,
But they're not around here yet, so we could. Burlington.
Okay, so if I can interrupt.
Yeah. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, so what you would see is just a green wall of material. The Acoustafence, which Cheryl mentioned, there are grommets, they're attached to the
Oh, they're talking about,
fence.
see something that,
Right.
like we're talking about,
Correct.
see
Okay.
see it in
Yeah,
action.
so all you're gonna see in just about all of them, whether it's the company out of Western Mass or Acoustafence, which is out of Florida, or any of the others,
I think
all
what we
you're
want
gonna
to
see
see
is
is what
just
we're going to get.
Yeah.
all you're gonna see is a wall of green or whatever color they provide. Or you,
They wanna see your product working.
right.
Somewhere, in any application.
Perhaps a
Right,
YouTube
so-
video?
Two things. One is, I'm hoping we can get samples in because the fellow that's coming from USA Pickleball, who's heavily involved with all of these types of things, is supposedly coming into New England sometime in the next couple of weeks. So we're hoping to get the samples in for everybody to see prior to him coming.
Yeah,
What's
website,
that?
Oh,
YouTube
hashtags.
page.
Yeah, I sent
Yeah,
the,
hashtag.
yeah, it's hashtag
this
USA,
Hush Tech,
yeah, HUSHTEC USA.com. And there's half a dozen different products that are listed there, from the clear to the performance, the mission, I think of the other three, but they're all there.
Does it do any good to mix and match? I mean, if you had the high performance on the lower path and the clear starting 5 feet up or something, does that gain you anything?
Well, yeah, it would gain some.
They're cheaper. This is really what you're wondering.
No, I wasn't,
It'd be
I
a
was
little
really,
more expensive, because
just-
performance is more expensive than the clear.
yeah, I'm just trying to achieve the maximum
Right.
sound.
What we're
deadening.
doing in Beverly is, there'll be, the solid ones, facing the building, and along one side, there'll be some clear and some of the Mission Series, which is solid. So that way, they can see in, people waiting, because there's no space, there won't be space within the confines to put benches, so people outside the fence can at least see what's going on inside.
Right.
As well as the police or anybody else.
Yeah.
That longevity bench.
What are you looking for from us tonight?
Your support, for sure.
Accepting the recommendation.
Having a little trouble sorting out the recommendation at the moment. So you're recommending a clear 12-foot fence which require, on the north side, which requires increasing the size of the poles around in the
2 feet.
overall, yeah.
Yeah.
And then probably something else on the side facing, I guess that would be west,
With Sweeney Park.
toward Sweeney, and the other is toward the pond.
No, we wouldn't do anything on the
Wouldn't do
other
anything
side.
over there. Okay,
So just on that Sweeney Park side, halfway down.
okay.
And this is mounted on the fence with grommets. It's like a big blanket.
Pretty much like a clear.
Right.
On the
The
front.
units have, when they attach to each other, there's Velcro, so there's no leakage between panels.
Okay, all right.
So there's no sound leakage between the panels.
But it,
Vertically Velcroed, but then the grommets all the way on the other three sides.
is this an item that is kind of weatherproof,
Yes.
365?
Yeah.
Or is this something that you take down in the winter?
It's, you leave them up.
You're right.
They stay
They're
there.
they're for indoor or outdoor use.
When are these samples coming in?
Well, I'm trying to find, hopefully within the week and a half or so.
We don't necessarily have to put a time on it right now.
No, I'm interested,
Concept
it's
first,
very
I
abstract
think.
right now.
Right. So I guess the concept now, because we've kind of been debating it at all our meetings and kind of no new
Question?
information, so.
Just a question, if we were to give you our support, what are the next steps?
Working more with Joe and USA Pickleball
To
to see the samples.
see samples?
Yeah. Hopefully see another community that has them. Beverly's will most likely be installed before ours, so see how it goes there.
Oh, I'm sorry, they are using the clear?
So they are getting.
Be some clear, but
Okay.
mostly not. But the problem there is the fence is only 6 foot
Okay.
high.
Got it.
They're
because it's
further
on the
away from the
landfill.
houses and stuff
Okay.
too. You can see it on,
But the closest residence is 250 feet.
So, next steps would be, see the samples, see what Beverly does, like, when would we expect to hear back?
With a cost estimate?
Yes.
even a month.
Yeah.
When's Beverly supposed to install? You don't
For
know.
the purchase,
We don't have it
there's a
installed
long
yet.
story as to why they haven't been.
So we don't know,
haven't
we don't
gotten
have
the
it
purchase
installed
order
yet.
yet, but once we get the purchase order, it'll be about 4 weeks. So hoping sometime mid-August.
Okay, all right, well, that's not far.
Are there comments?
You do have hands up online? I don't know.
Okay, this time, not being a public hearing, I'm going to be,
I've got 3 hands so far.
I'm going to, if there are 3 hands so far, I will take 4 comments, but they must be brief, to the point, and don't talk to each other, please. So, who's first?
First up is Christina.
Christina?
Hi, thanks, Ann. Christina Delicio, 6 Lincoln Ave. I just have a couple comments. So I guess we'll have a sound ordinance in town. I think it's really great that you are trying to make a compromise. I guess I did look at the report, and without sound measures, my concern is that we're setting like a precedent, and we're going down a slippery slope. And where does this sound mitigation stop around town? And that was my first point. And then what happens if the few neighbors that are complaining at this point are not happy with the mitigation? Point number 2, and does it just make sense to go back to tennis? It seems like a whole lot of, I know people love pickleball, but at this point, does it make sense to just cut bait and go back to tennis? Thanks, Chris, thank you.
I must have missed a word or two, I'm sorry. Your last point was, if this doesn't work, what do we do next?
Right, if the neighborhood complaints are not relieved, if they're not satisfied with these, this has been a year of, I've been listening and following up on this. If the neighborhood's not satisfied with the mitigation, then what? That's my question.
I think that we closed the courts in December. And I think then if the neighbors are still not satisfied, then we come back and talk about it again. But it would be nice.
So I mean, to me, I'm sorry, go ahead.
In my opinion, it would be nice to try something and see if in fact we can keep the courts where they are, and mitigate the sound enough so that the neighbors are not.
So is there some kind of like release that if you do this, we're done? Like, it seems like we're putting a lot of time and money for a few amount of residents that are making a lot of noise. So it sounds like, can we get some kind of agreement that this is the end? And if that's not, I'm not sure if this path is the best path.
Thank you, I think I understand now. Okay, Kim Lowe?
Kim Lowe, yep.
Yes, my name is Kim Logue. I live at 142 Summer Street, directly across from the pickleball courts. There are times during the day when all 6 courts are going where I can't even be in parts of my house, because if a game is going on, 6 games are going on at certain times, it's not all the time, I'll admit that's 4,000 pops going on, which is very annoying. It looks like a fun game, but I think that putting up a sound barrier 12 feet in the front and 12 feet on either side, both sides, not in the back because that will just go into the woods, may help, but I'm not sure. Me and another neighbor went to the Board of Health meeting the other day, and they were not happy with the sound mitigation report because it was based on a model. They were saying that it needs to be done, a sound report needs to be done at the court. And I thought that's what they had recommended to the select board, which was the purpose of the meeting tonight. But I don't know that that was brought forth in that manner.
Thank you.
And I'm not quite sure $26,000 is going to solve the problem.
Thank you. Is there?
George Davis?
George Davis? George? Okay. Is there? Further discussion in the.
Hi,
Oh, sorry, George.
I'm sorry. It's Lisa Bonneville.
Hi, Lisa. Sorry.
I have just a couple questions. I feel that the product. I feel that there could be some further information brought before the board in order to make a decision like this, like seeing the product, going to a place where it's been installed. I think those are important aspects. The promise of a clear sound mitigation barrier would need to be sound absorption, otherwise the sound would be twice as loud for the people playing. And what about people watching from the outside of the clear barrier? Would their voices be heard by the people who they're cheering on the courts? What will that do to the interaction between the players and their observers? And the other question is it possible, with those points in mind, to back up the sound mitigation barrier to a space behind the fence that goes around the courts so that people watching could be more interactive with the people playing? Obviously, one concern of mine is the longevity bench that faces these courts. Would anyone sitting on that bench be able to watch the people playing? And so those are questions that I wanted to pose, and thank Cheryl and her team for putting time and effort and concern into putting a presentation together, but it seems that it could, there are just a lot of questions hanging about this product. And I don't have experience with grommets lasting for a long time outside, so that's, I just have more questions than and concerns, and I guess I've listed them all. Thank you very much.
Are there any other hands?
I'm not sure if
Can I
Kim
just
had
say one more,
Yeah.
say one more thing? The report that was done based on a model lists the decibels at 71 at my house, not 50. I think it was stated that it was at 50 and it would bring it down to 40, but the report says 71.
Thank you. What we've been asked to do is say whether we think it makes sense to go forward and find out, see the samples, come back in a month, which would be our August something, or the second meeting in August.
First, I think.
I'm personally sorry that we can't do something sooner, because I really feel for people who are not able to peacefully enjoy their homes. And I understand that can make people very unhappy. But
And that's what we're trying to find the balance.
I
you
know,
know,
yes.
And I don't think, I heard Christina mention making them tennis courts again. I think if we tried to make them tennis courts now, people would play pickleball there anyways, so it's, that has sailed. And we, as a Park and Rec committee, don't see the need for tennis courts that we saw, the need for pickleball courts. So we're trying to balance the needs of the players with the needs of the neighborhood. And it's like Muffin said, it's probably not gonna be anybody's 100% happy, but we're trying to find something that's kind of palatable for both, that will help.
Clearly what we have is not doing that.
Right.
So I think you should go ahead. We should figure out how if the material turns out to look good, how we're gonna pay for it, given that we're kind of in between budgets. And I would like to have a motion to say that the Parks and Rec committee should go ahead and investigate this and report back at our second August meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Further discussion?
Well, no, not on that, something after that. Yes.
Okay. Brian?
Yes.
Kathy? Yes. I say yes.
Okay, good. So I just have one follow-up question. So the report also threw out some information with regard to paddles and balls. What is the Parks and Recreation's official position on that?
So there is technology that is working towards quieter paddles and balls. They're not readily available right now. I do think that over time, that's probably where the quote will go.
Can't get them on Amazon?
But
No?
I don't think it's gonna be quick. No, the ones I got on Amazon, I was told are the worst. So I didn't know. It was like the $25 Franklin ones, like playing with a piece of plywood basically, which is the worst. But so the better paddles are quieter and they're still working towards it, but I'm sure it's gonna be a while before.
So we can probably
performance
get an acoustic barrier before we can get.
I believe so.
That, to that point, is that you can't,
Mandate.
we're talking about individuals who've already purchased their.
Right, right.
We would encourage the use
My
of the
paddle,
newer
That's not gonna-
equipment,
right,
but
my
it would be
paddle's
hard to
25, those are like,
manage that.
No, I agree. It's very difficult, and the effect of those, the paddles and balls did not seem to be anywhere near what it would be for the wall, even though the wall is, its efficiency is kind of difficult, questionable, but still, I mean, the paddles are even tougher.
Right.
And, excuse me, you had mentioned, Chair, there you go. I would encourage you exploring that relationship with, is it Pickleball USA, or they've reached out to you about, and why not become a guinea pig for someone? If someone else wants to pay for some of that,
right, so we're thinking of checking that out, and actually Joe's involved in that too, so it's not like it's one or the other, it may be something that works together. So, you know.
And we can think
Test
about,
case.
can think about perhaps having clear down to the bottom in the section in front of the longevity bench. And maybe you can't see quite as well in the corner courts, but, and more absorption.
What could be done is say the bottom half, say you're gonna, if you're increasing the height of the fence to 12 feet, do the first 10 with the clear, top two with the
Okay.
the other one.
That's
The
right.
way around, yeah.
That's correct.
There are options. I mean, the company makes
Yeah.
sizes to fit applications, so the custom sizes is not a big deal.
That would be part of us being the test case to see.
Cheryl, have you been in touch with your peers in some of these other towns?
Yes, I have.
And are we ahead of the curve?
Not ahead, but it does appear that about, some people say 1%, some people say 10% of the courts do have the issues with the neighbors. And like I said, my friend in Burlington said, don't get a Cooster fence, whatever you do. And then my friend in Peabody is like, move them as far away as you can. They are. So, yes, there's issues.
We're not the only ones.
Definitely
No,
not.
I know that.
Trying to figure this out.
You should all be talking to each other, looking for, they've all got the same problem.
Exactly. Nobody has the silver bullet solution.
No. Okay.
Thank you. We can continue this discussion outside of the meeting so that we can maybe get home before midnight.
Could I make one request?
Yes, one more.
I'm sorry, I'll make it quick. This is it. Until it can be mitigated, can we reduce the hours from, say, 9 to 5? Could that be a consideration until we get this cleared up?
I'm not.
That's an interesting suggestion.
It was suggested last year, but nothing ever happened with it.
This is the first time it's come up in front of this board.
Right, it's come up,
With Park and Rec
it's come
Committee.
up to the Parks and Rec Committee in the past.
9 to 5 sounds like a kind of a hard thing to do.
People come home from work.
Yeah, it says working people have a
For
problem.
work, well,
Anyone want to speak on behalf of pickleball?
what would happen if you reduced the hours on weekends?
We could surely look into doing that. I would want to get recommendation from the Park and Rec Committee. I mean, obviously you guys can overrule if that's what you decide to do, but I would like to start it there.
Yes.
Yeah, in this heat, people want to play early, and they want to play late. In the middle of the day, those courts are very rarely used from 11 to 3, and then it's busy again. People come home from work, they'd like to play.
Sure.
And Park and Rec initially had the courts open, dawn to dusk?
8 to 8.
No, well, originally it was dawn to
Okay,
dusk,
and
like
cut the
every
hours
other
back to 8, to 8. And that seems to be working, but again, most of the play is in the morning and later in the day.
Thank you, I hadn't thought about that.
My only concern about reducing any hours is would that cause more courts to be used
we
at the
found that.
same time and worsen the noise problem for the hours that it's in use? I'm a little bit hesitant to make a snap decision about this without.
I will say that is what happened in the mornings, that when people were showing up at 6:30, there was, you know, a group that would play 60 to 90 minutes, 6:30, another group at 8. Now, when we moved the time up to 8, now all those groups are coming at 8. So now they usually are packed right at 8 a.m. until 10:30, 11.
You're the experts.
But, I mean, we can certainly look into changing some weekend hours. If that's what you want us to do.
Make a siesta in the middle of the day.
Okay, because nobody's there anyway. I'm not going back and lock on 3 times a day.
Come on.
Let's move on.
Let's
Yeah.
move on.
Thank you. I think you have what you need.
Yeah.
We will need to hear more in a month.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you for staying.
I didn't have a choice, my boss. Brian, I am.
Thank you.
Lock up the,
So quick with you guys. No, that's why Jeff left early in the meeting. He went to welcome for me.
Good Lord, I'm done.
No.
These guys over here.
We have the American Legion alcohol license amendments next.
Oh, yeah.
And we're only an hour and a half late so far.
Water resource.
Is there a move to approve the American Legion alcohol license amendments?
So moved.
Second.
Just have one question. Oh, I say,
Yes,
I'm okay,
right,
but
no.
just
No,
one, okay.
after there's a motion and a second. then
That's
we
when the
have-
discussion
That's right.
occurs. So I just, I don't know if it was a typo, Alan Kirker is not a USA citizen? That's what I thought.
I think he's
I know Alan.
He's naturalized, right?
He from Canada or something?
Oh, have you talked to him?
He's from Ireland.
He's an Irish-
Ireland.
He's an Irish guy.
But he was in the US military, so.
Yeah, he was, you're right.
So he must-
He says he is an American citizen. He may not be natural.
And on the bullet, you know,
Okay, fine.
Run his ass out of town.
He's been on this before. We can follow up.
there it is, right there. No, it says no.
Yeah.
I'd let him in.
So, minor issue.
Huh. Oh, he lives in Essex, so.
Yeah.
Well, we can't.
Anyone who lives in Essex, we'll question them.
Okay, I was looking at, okay, you're right.
So we'll straighten that out, but that's other than that, that's not a problem.
I assume they need this now in order to keep serving alcohol?
No.
No.
No, they have their license.
Okay.
Yeah, this is to actually fix the manager and the articles of organization that has needed to be updated. So, but no, they have a license right now.
Okay, so I suggest that we investigate this and find out whether apparently it says somewhere that Where it says, oh, yes, right. All must be US citizens. Yeah.
Yeah. Good catch, John.
Good catch, John.
Very good.
So let us follow up and you can act
We
on
can
this
take-
at the next meeting.
Yes.
Sorry, yes.
So,
Yes,
do
please
we,
request.
shall we withdraw the motion?
I withdraw the motion.
Well, that was harder than I thought. Okay.
I
now
have my
we-
hand up.
Oh, Sarah, I'm sorry. Yes, Sarah, please.
So, yeah, my question is, does this application impact the hours they're allowed to be outside? It was my understanding when they installed the deck, they were required to shut down at 10 p.m. And several years ago, they had a jazz festival which went beyond that. They're gonna have it again in August. And I don't know if that's a separate permit or what the situation is, but their amps were so loud that it reverberated off my house, and it seems like they could be a little more quiet. And I just don't know where it fits in with a license. I don't know if there was a special permit on the deck. I'm not sure what the situation was. Thanks.
Thank you, Sarah. I'm sorry I didn't see your hand up.
No problem.
Again, let us follow up on that and we'll,
Yeah, I don't think this addresses that.
I don't think it's addressed in part of this application, it'd be part of the original. So we'll have to just dig out the original license and see what the time was.
And maybe they have a special permit for a special event?
I doubt it.
Okay. Okay.
I doubt it, yeah.
Okay. So,
So we'll follow up on that as well.
thank you. Okay. Quarterly reviews. Yeah. Todd, you gave us a very nice report on what you've been doing. Thank you.
Yeah.
Brian, do you have questions or comments for the chief?
How much of it is real? No, I'm good question.
Yes,
You
of
wanna
course.
go?
Please.
No,
That's
it was a great report. I thought it was a really great quarter for you, Todd. I just had a couple questions. So you mentioned that the dispatch, the data conversion was completed. Is that the?
It's still ongoing.
For the,
Yeah.
for the historical
The
data?
historical.
Okay, so when do we expect that to be
Well,
done?
by the end of this fiscal year.
Okay, so it'll go through 2024?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Have
we
you decided like
have,
how much you're gonna actually need to?
well, we're still working through the master name files and
Okay.
trying to redo the, take out the duplicates.
But are you intending to keep everything, or did you
Not everything.
determine that?
No, we haven't determined that, and that's something I have to work with Chris Ryan.
Okay, because,
Because they are gonna help with that transfer with that.
right, okay, because we want to keep what we have to keep
Yeah.
and no more.
Exactly.
Okay, all right, great. And then just regarding your role in the emergency preparedness, you did a lot of great work on that last quarter as well. Do you anticipate conducting any tabletop exercises?
So that's something we've talked about with our regional coordinator. I'm not sure if it's, how close we are with that, but that should be something that we're gonna be discussing in the near future, especially with the grant that we have that we're gonna be working.
Great. And in the collateral that I saw, I didn't see specific, like, goals that you had. Is that, I saw the memo on the past.
Yeah.
Is there a set of fiscal year '24 goals?
It's something Greg and I still need to look at
So,
as a part of the contract.
right, but sort of the ongoing goals focus on community policing.
Right.
Making sure that the increased staffing is all functioning well. To me, those are and then finishing up on dispatch. To me, those are the three primary goals
Right.
for this next quarter.
So I just think it's good to look out the whole year. You did a great job last year, and it's good to kind of parse out, you know, what you think you may want for quarterly goals, because then we can look at that and see where do we need to get engaged to help you. It's hard to do that if it's kind of being spoon-fed to us, so. But I, great quarter, and the community policing stuff was a lot of fun and very successful.
We had 200 kids for high school.
That's awesome.
I got the bill today.
Who pays for all that ice cream?
I don't know.
Thank you, that was it.
Just a couple things I wanted to mention though, the harbor, the extra staffing, the harbor patrol, Sergeant Newton's out there 40 hours a week.
Nice.
And then the addition of the retired officer Roger Thurlow from the environmental police has been working out really, really well. So that's a huge plus with the additional staffing that we have.
I have heard from Bion that he's happy to have some police presence
Yeah.
to actually deal with and
Yeah.
I watched the boat bring in a whaler with 16 people in it.
Yeah, I heard about that one. Yeah.
I didn't hear about that.
With no life jackets, I guess.
Well, certainly not 16 life jackets.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So it's.
Yeah, it's working out really well.
And it's it's dealing with problems and not establishing a sort of I suppose I shouldn't downplay police states in front of a policeman,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
it maintaining the friendly nature of the harbor while dealing.
So Roger's really good with that, and over the years with his 30+ years experience in environmental police, and he's done a phenomenal job in not training some of our new people, but just educating them, and that's the approach that he's taken. So it's really good.
Yeah, no, just a couple of questions. You mentioned about the data transfer associated with the regional 911. That is the end of the fiscal year or the end? So it's another year?
Yeah, so.
That's a long time.
Yeah, it is. So we have the old system, we paid
right.
for it for this 1 year, and that's what regional suggested when we were making the switch. So we still have the time to do it. I hope to have it done earlier than that, but we have the whole fiscal year.
It is not out of the ordinary.
Okay,
for
all right, I mean,
historical data conversions.
Okay, it's a long time, but it's not a high pressure event. I mean, it's kind of backfilling.
It's better to figure out what data you really need.
Yeah.
Get rid of what you
Okay.
don't need.
All right, so that was fiscal year. Okay, good. And so your overtime, assuming everything fits together, nobody gets sick or hurt or anything like that, it kind of goes away, or?
Well, I think in the short term, when we have the new people on board, Officer Ramus is graduating the academy on the 26th. That's one of our first people. We hired 2 more, Officer Kevin David and Chelsea Riley, who was our former dispatcher.
Yeah.
She passed her physical fitness standards, and now she's going to be hired full-time and go to the academy. So we will see an increase in overtime when those 2 go to the academy. But I applied for a 270-day waiver through the Mass Police Training Council, and that will give us through the summer, and possibly through the holidays to have that extra staffing on board before, and over the winter we'll send them to the full-time academy, and they should be back by July of
Okay.
this 6-month academy. So we will see an increase in overtime when they're not here.
Okay, and that in that 6-month period.
In that 6-month period.
Something that the new fire chief did in his report to us was list the amount of overtime that had been spent.
Yeah, I think you wanted that last time, and I did not.
Yeah.
I'll include that next time.
A recent experience makes that
Yeah.
very attractive.
Yeah, right, yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Great. Or just, if you have it, shoot it out to us
Yeah.
for our current status and then include it in your next quarter.
Yes, so basically the way we have the schedules kind of now, it's going to be, the overtime's going to be on the midnight shift because we're not running the safe lobby at that point. And we've already had cases where someone's out sick and someone's on vacation, and we still have the extra staff, and we didn't have them to go to that overtime route. So because I was there, or the lieutenant was there, or Patrice was there. So it is working, but I can give you those numbers.
To that point, Ann, and I did read the report that came from Chief McNeely as well. And I think both of you guys should put together some sort of a format that's very similar, because half of the things that you do is similar. You're both dealing with staff issues, both dealing with technology issues. And if it can be put together on one page on a quarterly basis, because that's kind of what this amounts to, I think that would be great. Then we know what we're looking at and where to look for things right away, and it would make
Yeah, I'm
things.
sure the chief and I can coordinate.
Yeah, I mean, I saw the form he had, and I assume he probably had that from Middleton or from Belmont or something else. That is a pretty good layout. Let's use it here.
Yeah.
I think we may want somewhat more on the quarterly review,
Yes.
but perhaps a one-page
Yeah.
monthly, just,
It was good. Yeah.
and then,
Okay, that's fine. We'll work on it.
Yep.
great.
Great.
Any other,
Good question.
so, good quarter, thank you very much.
No problem.
Great.
It's past my bedtime.
Thank you.
Oh, no kidding.
Ours too.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I know it. Wasn't supposed to go down like that.
So obviously, not even 2 weeks on the belt here or whatever I want to cliche I want to use, but off to a good start. It's nice to have some updates on terms of some of your work that you've done already. So we can share a little bit of it about that, but I think really the focus is what are you hoping to see going forward, and I think that's where the conversation probably should have the focus. But if you want to just start off, Chief.
Yeah, I mean, the first 2 weeks has been very busy call-wise. 54, I think it was 56 or 54 runs just for that little less than 2 week period. So it was really busy. I met with the last firefighter today, so I met with the entire staff and kind of looked at what some of our strengths are, what some of our weaknesses are. I have an officers meeting tomorrow, which we're going to kind of address or try to come up with a game plan to address some of the concerns the staff has, which I think a lot of them are valid concerns, and look at like a 3 month, 6 months, 9 month implementation of some changes to rectify some of those. Obviously, we can't fix every one of those, but we're going to certainly try to improve the working environment and people's love for the job. So with that, we finally got a win on the vehicles. Engine 1 passed its inspection after it still has no AC, but that'll be fixed tomorrow. So hopefully that will rectify our pump. We are going to maintain the Boston pump as our second piece, because since the squad went to Dunstable, it doesn't leave us with a second truck to pump water until we get a ladder truck in the building that can do that. So unless another town needs it as a primary truck, we're going to host it here. It's ready to go. We put equipment on it so we can maintain that in the meantime. Updates, we had 2 firefighters graduate the academy Friday, and you'll see a drastic decrease in the overtime once they come on board. Because now 3 out of the 4 groups have 4 firefighters assigned, so even if one's out on PTO or vacation, except personal time, we'll drop down to 3 working per group. So it's not going to completely eliminate it, but it's already a drastic improvement from what it was. And one of our firefighters will be heading to the academy August 17th. And again, he's that 4th person on the group, so unless another group member takes some type of leave time, we can absorb that without additional overtime cost. Software project. So coming in, one of the biggest universal complaints across the board, both with officers and firefighters, was the IMC, which currently it's more of a police software than a fire software. In speaking with other fire chiefs, that's a common theme. And I spoke with the Middleton chief at length. They're actually footing the bill for a patch, basically from IMC to a fire-based software. So all the stuff from regional still come across, and it'll be a unified software program. The one problem I have with IMC, and currently we have 5 other software programs that none of which speak to one another. So getting data in to get benchmarks to even start the process is very difficult. So we already had money in the budget we carried over from last year that will help us institute this one software, which basically everything talks to one another. We can finally have some good information to build from. Because right now it's all over the place. And, you know, I wasn't gonna make any changes coming through the door, but kind of like Todd's doing is, are we moving information over to another system? If we are, we should really do it with a system that it's gonna work for us. We're not just moving it to move it again down the line, so. And the only other thing that's kind of come up, simultaneous calls. So I know obviously July is a busy time for us anyway, but having 6 within a short period of time was, I thought, pretty impressive. We were able to handle them with mutual aid ambulances coming in. So one of the things I'm looking at currently is we do a lot of work with Essex, and we actually just entered into agreement where if it's a reported structure fire anywhere in town, they're automatically going to send their ladder truck. If they have a reported structure fire anywhere in their town, we're going to send our engine company. So that's, we already headed over there and got canceled Sunday morning, went into effect 8 o'clock Sunday morning, and 9:06, I think we went over, we got canceled before we hit the town line, but it's already instituted. But on the ambulance side of things, my big concern is we only have 1 ambulance in town. So obviously state law says if our ambulance is available, somebody calls for it, we have to send it. We don't really have an option not to do that. However, a lot of our calls that we're doing with Essex and Wenham, they're just looking for ALS service, not necessarily a transporting ambulance. So we're looking at potentially using an SUV to provide the paramedic service and actually leave our ambulance in town so we can service our citizens and visitors. I think that's a little bit better option as a stopgap until we get that second ambulance. I think it's on the budget 3 years from now. I think it's the master plan as it's laid out. So this would be a stopgap measure. It really doesn't cost, and this SUV is probably $55,000, $60,000. So versus $400 for an ambulance. So it's a decent stopgap measure in the short term to maintain services for our citizens. That's what I got.
We talked about this.
Yeah.
I understood that it would be very short money to put cabinets into engine 1
Mm-hmm.
and have a response, maybe not ideal, but have a second ALS responder. And when we talked about it, you said, well, the problem with that is if it's not transport, you have to wait. You can get the person stable, sort of, or as stable as you can.
Yeah.
And then you have to explain what's going on to the ambulance driver, to the transport ambulance, and then they have to explain it when you get to the hospital.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. But not having a response at all is also a problem.
Correct.
And I personally would like to see a short cost modification to engine 1. We also talked about the fact that engine 1 is a big truck to drive around and there are small driveways and all of that. I get the SUV, but we can't get you an SUV today.
Yep.
We probably can get you, sorry, Greg?
No, go ahead. I was just gonna ask about the force truck, and could that be?
So the problem with it's all the medications have to be, they have to be secure, temperature controlled, et cetera. So that's kind of the problem. That would be the money for the cabinet with engine 1.
So there's not enough room in the force?
Yeah, there's not enough room to stick all that in there with that. So engine 1's an absolute viable option. The only thing it doesn't solve is if Essex is just calling for paramedics, we still have to send our ambulance out of town to deliver that service, which is completely fine. That's how it's going on right now. It just decreases our ability to transport a patient, and we can certainly stabilize them.
It doesn't reduce it from what it is now, because we only have, so it actually, yes, they call, we have to send the ambulance.
Yep.
But
the engine would be left in town.
The engine
yes.
would be left in town.
Yeah.
And you know, the serious emergencies are when you're not getting blood to your brain, and that has to be dealt with. Whereas even a stroke, there's time there's some time. Well, not, oh, okay,
So I'll tell you, so we can, you know, somebody dislocates a hip or something like that, we can give them pain medicine to make them comfortable until an ambulance comes from out of town. The things we can't fix are heart attacks, they need definitive care, they need to have a cardiac cath,
Yeah.
and strokes need to get to the hospital
Yeah,
because
yeah,
they're on a time
they're-
constraint
yes,
to
right,
get
yeah.
clot busting drugs. So those are the two that are time sensitive, and
But-
that would be the benefit to this kind of a change in model that I'm
Yeah.
pondering.
But even the SUV model,
Mhm.
the transport is the Lions when they get there.
Oh, correct, absolutely. The only addition that the SUV does is two things. It allows us to keep our ambulance in town.
Yes.
Because now that we're running 3 and 4 people, we're always gonna have somebody available to utilize that SUV. You know, and it's available. So that's the only thing that changes.
I'm not saying we don't do the SUV.
Oh, no, it's fine.
What I'm saying is, can we do something now?
Do the SUV later.
And do the SUV when we can have a town meeting and transfer some money?
Absolutely. And the
That's already, excuse me, that's already been approved.
At town meeting, that was announced that we were gonna outfit engine one.
Engine one has already been approved.
Yeah, so we're waiting for the cabinetry. Well, we need to pass inspection first, which is awesome.
Okay, right.
Cabinetry, and then the state has to come in and inspect it as well, to give it the classified blessing.
Let's get going on that.
Yeah.
It's not gonna make any, it's short money, it's not gonna make anything worse.
Yep.
And
We'll get to your SUV later.
Yeah, that's fine.
If we can get it by the finance.
To that point, there's a rumor on the street that you've identified a ladder truck.
There are a few out there. So I met firefighter Kenyon, who's done a lion's share of the work before I came. We met with one vendor, we meeting with 2 this week, and then potentially 1 the next week. There are not a lot of ladder trucks to be had. Currently, Swampscott's looking for one. There's 3 or 4 other towns just in our immediate that are looking for them.
And Essex is about to.
And Essex is about to. So we're asking the vendors a couple different questions. One, our minimum, we don't have a big want list. 100 feet, water, basically a tip load so it can do what we need it to do, which they all do. It's very common. So the other one is how long is until we actually take it, delivery of it. If we spec one out, it's 36 months at a minimum to get the truck here. 36 from the time that we
This is a new truck.
A new truck. So there's a couple demo models coming off the line the end of this year, so December, but all the demo models, the manufacturers hold for kind of a show period where they drive them around so they have it on a 6-month hold. So my hope is that this time next year, we'll have a ladder in the building. That's my hope. I can't guarantee it based upon the deliveries because they keep pushing them out, but that's the best case scenario. There's no used ones out there that have less than 50 or 60,000 miles on them, and we don't think that's a lot, but that's also 15 to 18 years old. So our return on investment is it's basically just buy ourselves a couple of years. So we're actively looking at that. I'm hoping to have something back to you guys by your next meeting, honestly. Hopefully we're gonna, because we don't have a big laundry list. Like if we were speccing a truck, we'd want 1,000 things on it. Where it's pretty a simplistic want is what we're looking for. So we should have that to you guys very shortly. Because we don't want to miss out on the opportunity to get one of those ones that are already in production that are gonna become a demo model.
So the primary strategy is to get in line for a demo.
Yes.
Okay.
One that they've already, a lot of the dealerships kind of design a truck that they want to showcase. in the
Yes,
area.
and they drove it around for, I don't know, a year or something, and then,
So that's.
so you get a lot of life out of it.
Yes, exactly.
And what's the discount on that relative to a new one?
Honestly, there's no, they don't give discounts because
Nah.
right now it's the seller's market. It's, and that's the tough part about it is everything gets, picked up. If we don't, if they announce that this is available, we have basically 24 hours to say, yep, we want it. Otherwise, another town grabs it. It goes that quick. It's almost like the housing market when houses don't even hit the market and they're gone. It's very similar.
Mhm.
We have all, I'm just trying to think ahead. You find something, let's say you find something next week.
Yep.
Do we have all of the what are the steps that need to happen to give him the go-ahead? Do we need to call a special meeting? Does he have all of the stuff is in place?
So,
It's all ready to
No,
go.
you don't need anything from us?
Nope.
Okay, just wanted to double check.
except the check.
Just wanted to
That's
double check.
But that's been approved.
Okay.
Selling the old ladder truck.
Yep. The previous chief had reached out to 2 different used fire truck vendors, and I want to say, Greg might have it remembered, but I want to say it was about between $50,000 and $100,000 is what they were offering. What I had done is I've just taken a bunch of pictures of our current ladder truck. I was going to send it out to the Fire Chiefs Association of all the contiguous states around us that don't have emission standards, and because everyone's waiting 3 years for a ladder truck, they might spend $150,000, $200,000 to buy ours to buy them 3 years until theirs comes off the production line. I might be dreaming, but I'm going to try. So, worst case scenario, we can trade it in on the purchase of a new one. No one else bites. But I'm hoping that since it's a seller's market, that we can cash in on that a little bit. And,
Good.
Just one more question.
Yep.
So, it looks like you've done, in the 2 weeks you've been here, you've done a lot of analysis, et cetera. Is there any data you wish you had that you don't?
a lot, actually. And some of it, it's not, they were the transition from Firehouse to the IMC, so there's a lot, it's not comparing apples to apples. And I guess that's the hard part about it, is I can't run run numbers, January 1st to May in one system and then run them from May to now. They don't.
Some reconciliation there, yeah.
Correct. So that's why one of the big things I'm going to be working with tomorrow with the officers meeting is making sure the software package that we're looking at meets our needs. Everyone else that has used it has loved it, and you can get real-time data, and you can kind of execute on that data pretty quickly. So.
And is there anything else that you need from us?
No. What would you say are, obviously, the ladder truck, but what do you say are your biggest concerns or things you'd like me to accomplish in the next 6 months or so? Kind of as a guide.
Well, along the lines of what Ian said, definitely getting the second ALS, ASAP, whatever, even if it's a trolley that someone pulls
Yeah,
along,
the
that's all
wheel
right.
barrow.
So that's number one.
Okay.
But number two is, as what I'd like to see is and it may be 6 months out rather than 3, but as we're getting into the budget season and we talk about capital and stuff, it would be nice to see a thoughtful plan on the apparatus, right? To the best of your ability with just a short time under the belt here.
Yeah.
It's nice to have a sense as to what's coming, right? As opposed to, 1 week I'd like this and another week I'd like something else. So a plan.
I will honestly say the current plan that's has kind of been detailed to you by Chief Cleary is not far off the mark. I think my only concern with the way it's laid out timeline is how long it takes to get the vehicles in the door. So maybe, planning on moving those up a year or so because we know it's going to take that much time, so we're not spending a lot of money on maintenance of vehicles.
That's exactly
and
what I'm
forecasting
getting
that
to.
out.
It's nice to know when we have to have it in the house, but there are prerequisite steps that are not in the plan.
Yes.
And then we get caught a little flat-footed. So that's kind of my wish list. Thank you.
I'm good. No, covered everything.
Thank you. It's been a busy 2 weeks, but
You can see that.
kind of my plan. If you guys are okay with it, I'll meet up with Todd to grab what he does for his quarterly thing. But I was going to submit one of these monthly to you just to kind of keep you in the loop of what we're doing. Just a quick, short So you kind of have an idea what's
Good
going on.
report. Very
Yeah,
nice.
I think for a quarterly review, we'd like to have more, I would like to have more of a narrative. And the bullet point stuff monthly would be just
Okay.
That'd be great.
cream in my coffee.
We can do that. Not a problem.
Yeah, no, but, and in that regard, maybe Todd can put something together that's monthly at the same
Yeah,
sort of thing.
we'll share.
Yeah.
No
Should just
sense of
be-
reinventing the wheel.
Less than a page.
Yeah.
That's good. Thank you very
Fine.
much.
All right. Have a
Thank
good
you.
evening.
Thank you.
Sorry to
Thanks.
keep you up
Oh,
all
not a
night.
problem.
And thank you for sitting through all of that.
Yeah.
Welcome to small town. Yeah.
Great.
Okay,
That's
now
great.
Greg.
Where are we? Oh, yeah.
There's no short-term guest license.
So what would be helpful? I just did brief bullets, I didn't do much of a narrative. What would you like to hear more about or focus on?
I'm going to pass that on to Kathy. who's
Okay, sure.
Always got an answer.
Thank you. Okay, I thought it was a great quarter. Actually, the only questions I had was a little follow-up on some of our prior discussions, specifically succession planning. Has any action been taken on that yet? And if not, when? It's really important.
Yeah, so I've had some informal conversations with some department leaders in terms of what their interests might be for their future, and then also specifically in their departments, are there changes that are needed in terms of second in command? So not a lot has happened, but those are the informal conversations that have taken place.
So I think it's really important, though, in order for us to make progress here, for there to be a plan to make progress. And so specifically, in my experience, that's been number one, identify candidates. And I'm speaking right now in terms of your position. And then if you set an example that others can follow, you know, that kind of sets the tone. But identifying candidates and whether or not they're, and assessing their readiness level. So if Greg hit the lottery, he hits that Powerball, is one of them ready to step in? And if the answer is no, then the question is, the next level question is, how long would it take to get them ready? Is it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? And then the third question is, what development, not necessarily training, but what development is needed to get them ready? And that's you know, one way of getting to a plan. But I think the informality only gets you so far. At some point, there's got to be some plan of action.
But I think it needs to be two-pronged.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we can look in-house, but it may not be in-house.
Well, that's exactly right. However, you know, if Greg hit the, you know, lottery tomorrow, right? You know, there's two avenues. Is there somebody ready now? And if the answer is no, you know,
I think there's somebody perhaps ready to be a very short interim, and then we would hire an interim, because the manager jobs in the small town are very siloed.
Understand. I understand that.
Somebody who's got the skills to be a DPW director does not necessarily have the skills or the interest to be a town manager.
I 100% agree with you. My point only is understanding the current state involves not only having informal conversations with people, but if one of your directs expresses an interest, then I think a plan can be put together to help that person get ready. I think that's always a good thing to have, you know, and it's just an example.
The town clerk has a set of very distinct skills and experiences. And may look to be a town clerk in a much bigger town.
Absolutely.
But the progression here has been, since we've had even an executive secretary, the person comes in from outside. And there are a group of people who are retired town administrators who can usually be found to come in on a month or a couple of months' notice.
Understand.
And then you have a long, hard search and try and find somebody who is a long-term. And that's, it's a different model.
I understand that, and I understand that that's a valid process. Succession planning serves two purposes, though. It serves to fill a role. It also serves as development conversations for key personnel.
Right.
And so even if the people have an interest, and it forces development conversations, and that can be good for someone. It is good for someone's career. And even if they decide to move on to another town or whatever, having those development conversations I just feel it's very important to treat people well in a professional role. It's not always just about the paycheck, it's about taking care of other things, and this has always been a part of my leadership toolkit. Enough said.
Absent that, you've got what, 2 more years?
We've got two more years? Okay, I was gonna ask that question, so.
In about a year, we gotta start looking around.
Well. Yeah.
If we wanted to have a nice seamless transition, as opposed to getting the lottery.
Not to that point. I mean, I don't know what your life has been, not just here. I mean, your whole life in terms of how you got into this whole deal. I mean, you just jump right into a town manager's job, or were you involved in finance or something before? And
I was the town planner, and they pulled me up from the basement.
Okay, town planner.
There you go.
So,
Takes all
I guess, and my question, you've been down, I don't know, 3 or 4 different towns.
3 towns, yeah.
The 3 different towns. And I don't know how succession planning has gone in those, whether you have taken an active role or you just, moved on, et cetera. But has there been a lot of internal grooming or any internal grooming for internal candidates, or of all of those instances, they've had to reach out for people who have experience in other towns? Because I think all the towns you've been at are small.
Yeah, they're all 3 are similar size.
All right, and that's very different from dealing with
Right, they've all been in the 5,000 to 6,000
Okay, all right, so.
population, so they've been small communities.
Right, where you have to know a lot about a lot of stuff because you have not got a lot of staff.
Right, you wear a lot of hats.
Yes, you do. So, and has typically the succession process been, we've got to get somebody outside? Or has that happened internally?
Well, so when I moved up from the planner to the manager, that was just, the manager announced his resignation, and they just said, "Hey,
you're the guy.
You have any interest in it?" I said, "Gulp, sure, I'll try it." So that was sort of trial by fire.
Yes, it was.
How difficult was that?
How difficult that? Well, the most difficult thing was I was very young. I was in my early 30s, so I was managing everybody else who was older than me. So that was a challenge. It was a challenge.
I think one of the key situations I would want us to avoid, and where succession planning can help, is I would never want one of Greg's direct reports to feel that they want Greg's job and not have been given the opportunity to learn what is necessary in order to be competitive in a hiring process. That's really the situation you want to avoid. Greg has hired outstanding direct reports. He really has. The team is great. You would never want to demotivate someone because they weren't given an opportunity to develop. And that, if one of his direct reports wanted the job, it would either be a baptism by fire or a year's effort to try and get them the skills needed. But it can be very demotivating to look up and say, yeah, I'd like to have my boss's job someday, and not have an opportunity to learn. That's really what I seek to avoid.
When I've wanted my boss's job, I've told him. And that may be, I don't think you need to go asking people. If they have the motivation to do it, they should have the motivation to come out and say, they know that you're in short time.
People are different, so, I mean, I've seen it happen in a lot of different ways. Because I had the luxury of working for a larger organization, and you would be surprised at somebody who may be a little bit more of an introvert and not feel comfortable wanting something, or saying that they want something. There's a lot of factors involved. So like I said, I think Greg has a really awesome team, and I think understanding what their
All right,
career
Cheryl's got
goals
the
are.
job.
What their career goals are is part of leadership and developing their talents, whatever direction they want to go in, whatever direction they want to go in, helping them achieve their career goals, I think is part of Greg's job. And that's what I would like to just, emphasize.
Okay.
Well, I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Me too,
Yeah.
absolutely.
And so do I.
This is, it's nice to see, the great hires and the way the departments are now running. We've got some real stars, and they seem to enjoy what they're doing.
Yeah, we've got some very good people.
And that's not an accident.
It's nice to have.
Speaking of hiring, how are the two hiring initiatives for library and planner going? Is that
Libraries, we got some very good candidates.
oh, good?
And those interviews are taking place this week. So we hope to advance that along. The planning position is just getting advertised now.
Okay.
So it's really at the early stages. Our goal is to try to have someone on board full-time by October. So that means it's just getting underway.
Just curious.
Yep.
Oh, are we satisfied with this?
Yeah.
Because Peter has been patiently waiting for a chance to talk about the fine structure, for well inspections, and, that's up next. And, what I would like to know, I've read, I have a couple of questions about what is the malfeasance that causes the fines?
That was my question. You answered it. You asked it already, yeah.
So, Peter, tell us.
You just woke me up.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. How can I help you?
We have, and I of course can't find it at the moment, we have the document that says, okay, once there has been a problem, what's the problem that causes these fines to occur?
There's two possible issues. One is not testing the quality of the water on a regular basis.
Okay.
The state is recommending annually. The EPA is supporting that, particularly if they're in situations where there's septic systems. They're finding that older septic systems, 10 years and above, the leach field tends to migrate into the water table. And the water table may or may not be connected to all your neighbors. So it may not be just yourself that's in danger, you may be the whole neighborhood. So, and the other thing is if they find something wrong, then you need to correct it. It's usually a biological agent pathogen is typically what they find. and you hire a company to do that. The fines are suggested by the state of Massachusetts. They gave us a draft that is pretty thorough. I'm not personally comfortable with one portion of it, which I'll explain to you. They are recommending increasing fines when non-compliance. That's fine, I get that. The threat of a big fine down the road tends to get everyone's attention. Their range was $10 a day up to $500 a day. And they're suggesting that we would send a letter out every day. Day one, you owe us $10. Day two, you owe us $20. That's not the use of the staff, quite frankly. Send letters out every day for $10 more. Greg has come up with a suggestion of a larger fine. What we need to work in, and that this suggestion is fine, we're comfortable with that. We need to somehow work in a lag time. So if you're notified that you need to have your testing by August 1st, and you've hired a company but they haven't come yet, that's fine. You know, it's not your fault, no fines. If you just ignore it, at some point, we get back to them and say, it's now August 15th, you haven't hired anyone, you're all gonna be fined $50 a day. Now, the question is, the $50 a day increasing to what and when? And that's the part that we're kind of trying to work through right now. But so I'd like your comments on, are you comfortable with an escalating fine system? Number one. And then number two is the recommended fines range from $50 for first offense up to $500 for four offenses going forward. Now, the problem with that is they state the fines every day that you're not in compliance as a new separate offense. I'm not comfortable with that. I think we need to do some kind of a period for each fine. Maybe it's a week, maybe it's 2 weeks. And if you haven't, complied after 2 weeks, then go to level 2, which goes from $50 to $100. I don't think we can do this on a daily basis. I don't think it's fair or practical. But everything else we're kind of comfortable with. We plan to circulate the proposal in August to all of the boards, departments in town, and then have a public meeting late September. And it would be not only private wells used for drinking, irrigation and agriculture, but also thermal heating wells. Any questions?
Yeah, I've got a question, Peter. Have in the past, say, 3 years, have we had people that have had violations associated with their wells in town here?
I have no idea. Our current regulation is very, very explicit on location, construction, and testing of water quality and volume prior to usage. Once you construct the well, there's no regulation.
Okay.
So we're working in the dark here. I mean, putting this together, but it's not like we've had experience with offenders, shall we say.
We have no idea. All I can tell you is EPA has done a pretty extensive study in the southeast, because that's where there's the most private wells in conjunction with septics. And they found a lot of pathogens in situations where the leach field is more than 10 years old. It obviously varies, but 10 plus years, there's pathogens in the drinking water. And it's in the whole area. It's in the whole, it goes aquifer to aquifer.
Do you know how many drinking water wells there are in town?
The record is big. we think it's somewhere, drinking water wells, somewhere around 30, maybe to 40. It's hard to say because there's a lot of wells that were registered as agricultural or irrigation, and we have no idea if that was truly how they were used.
Did DPW know what houses there are that are not on town water?
That would make sense, yeah.
Yes. I mean, there are some who are, well, yeah, we could tell by volume. I was gonna say there's some that are on town water officially,
But also using wells?
Right.
Okay, okay.
But wells for drinking, in other words, wells for anything else.
it could be, yeah.
No, it could be for irrigation too. I mean, there are a lot of houses like that. I assume that when wells are registered, they can be registered as for, as you say, agriculture or drinking or irrigation or whatever. The different classes?
That's correct.
Okay.
And they're supposed to report to the state, I'm sorry, when they decommission a well. None has been reported.
Oh, boy.
As
I
long as
wonder how many people know that they're supposed to do that.
Yeah, I think there are a lot of lessons learned here from the water task force conversation we had earlier in the day. And I apologize if I had a little trouble hearing everything that you were saying, Peter. If we're talking about penalizing folks for something and they're not, we're at the stage where we don't even have a clear inventory of wells. I think this seems to be a long process, right? So, first step might be identifying who owns the wells. Number two, educating them on their responsibilities. Number three, then asking them to do a test. I mean, so there's gotta be some sort of a process here.
Yeah, we have a list of the wells, but we don't know anything about.
Right, so I guess my point is before, I like the idea of a fine structure that is graduated and penalizes repeat offenders more than, first offenders. However, it just feels like we're a long way from penalizing anybody if our well owners in town may be completely unaware that they have some testing responsibility. So I think this is I appreciate the heads up and I think it's
And
a
I
lot to
agree
talk
with
about.
Peter that
Going
going
If
from,
we implement that would be any new private well would have to follow this requirement.
going from $50 on one day to $500 on day 4 is
Pretty fast.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
very
I would-
excessive. No opportunity to correct anything.
Yeah.
Right.
No, that'd be,
Yeah, I
one
agree
approach
with
would be $50 per day until it's corrected. And once that's done, if there's a second offense,
I don't feel
Okay.
educated enough.
Oh.
Yeah.
the order as issued or sustained.
Oh,
Each day's failure to comply with the order as issued or sustained shall constitute a separate violation. Wow.
right, so we need to work on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I think we have agreement that graduated fines are a good idea. Graduated fines should go up more slowly. And for me, when the board issues an order, it would be nice to have more than 7 days. Because sometimes 7 days go by without my paying much attention. Or even being present in town to look at my mail.
Right, yeah.
So,
much less getting somebody to come in and fix it.
yeah.
No, actually, all we would require is them to make an attempt to get
Yeah.
somebody, that's all, just to show that you haven't ignored us.
Be responsive.
Be responsive, and it would be, for new wells to start, and then we could, as you suggested, let others know that, we'll start with the ones that are drinking water only. You really need to start testing annually, give them an education, give them a year to, get used to it, if you will. I would think that if you're using it for drinking water, you'd be very interested to see the quality of that water, but, you know, that's just me.
Yep.
Others may not care. And the next would be used for agriculture, since you're gonna be eating that produce sooner or later. And then we can work down to the, you know, irrigation, multi-use wells. But the idea would be any brand new well has to meet these requirements. Wells for drinking water only. We'd have some time to phase in. I agree that we need to stretch out, we need to define what the lag time is and make it more than, you know, a week. Just respond to us and that would be phase one of compliance, if you will, just the response. And then we can take it from there.
I like the 14 days.
Yeah.
The 14, the idea is not to crucify these people,
But to incentivize them.
to incentivize them for their own good.
Yep.
And we've had issues with septics where they're supposed to be inspected every 5 years, and we send them letter after letter after letter, and we never hear a word. So,
Do you have what you need from us tonight?
yes, I do. I wanted to keep you in the loop and get your comments, and I appreciate your comments, and I will take them to heart and make the necessary adjustments.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you for
Thank
bringing
you.
this to our attention.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Peter.
Thank you for your time.
Yep. We already did that.
So I think what's left is a couple of consent items.
I think we can do without liaison effort.
No.
I think the liaisons have been heard from. We have a joint legal representation consent form, which,
Well, so this is for pursuing potential shared services with
Yep.
Hamilton. And that we both use KP Law, so
Yep.
because we both use the same legal firm,
Mhm.
we need to have this disclosure form signed. So if you're comfortable with that, we'll
Yep.
get your signature on it and
Yep.
we can proceed.
Okay.
okay,
We need a formal motion.
yes, please.
I move to approve the legal joint representation consent form.
Second.
Discussion. Ready to vote?
Yes.
Brian? Kathy?
Yes.
Anne says yes.
John says yes.
Okay. The town administrators report.
One other consent item.
Oh, sorry.
Short-term guest
Oh,
license.
that's
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
There's
Somewhere.
16
Right, sorry.
Desmond Avenue.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a house where the owners are living and they want to rent out the, basically the downstairs quarters.
Mm-hmm.
Built as a two-family, or it was used as a two-family.
So everything seems to be in order in terms of the paperwork and everything's been reviewed, so I think it's ready for your approval.
Okay.
Move to approve the short-term guest license at 16 Desmond Avenue.
Second.
Discussion, ready to vote? Brian?
Yes.
Kathy?
Yes.
Anne says yes.
John says yes.
There's a question, I guess, Eli.
Oh, sorry.
Eli had his hand up.
Eli?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. So in the discussion items, you were going to talk about Powder Hill access, and I don't think you did that. Could you give me a brief summary of what you were going to talk about, but you're probably not going to
We
today?
haven't gone to that.
We did talk about that, and the summary is that when the housing was built, they built it on an easement that was supposed to give a place for people who wanted to go walk on Potter House Hill could park. And until recently, there were 2 parking spaces that had been used by people, and the housing authority has decided that that's inconvenient, they need that parking, and we agreed that we would send a letter saying, hey, you're on our easement, we need access, let's figure out some way to make this work.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it, thank you.
Did you have anything else to say about that? Because we took it way out of order.
No, I understand. I'm realizing you didn't have a time index on it. You had other things going. So if I have any questions, I'll take it up later. Thank you.
Thank you.
We did it because we wanted to save some time.
Should we take the vote on the short term?
Oh, did
Yes, we did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. Yeah, I made the motion, John seconded it,
Okay.
and there was no discussion.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. So quickly, my report, just a few items here. Finance Committee is meeting through the summer. Been focused on, the most recent meeting was focused on possible modification to how a reserve is calculated. Looking to potentially exclude the school budget from that calculation, since the school budget has its own own reserves in effect. So I'm actually less concerned about what that target number is, because I'm more concerned about just the total number of dollars we're going to be committing to capital. Our capital needs are large, and you'll get a sense of that through this budget season. We'll give you a much better picture of the longer term look with the facility plan and other needs. So it'll be important discussions about the amount of money that we are able to devote to capital.
Whether it comes from taxation or from
taxation, bonding, grants, whatever,
Yeah.
all of the above.
Or available funds.
Correct.
Over the years, available funds are going to go. There'll be a lot of available funds to use as they lower from 10% to 5%.
Those will go very quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, they're talking $2 million.
Oh, okay, fine.
So that
Is your concern about the amount of money that we're sitting on, or about the amount of money that we spend on capital each year?
I'm not worried about the money we're sitting on. That'll
I know the capital budget should
that'll
be.
go very quickly.
Yes.
And we can get it. You know, if we got an extra $2 million in the bank, that's easy to spend on legitimate needed projects. My bigger concern is just long term, how much money we are able to put into capital.
Because some of those demands are pretty big.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
It's the big ones don't worry me so much because they would be bonded. It's what we have available for streets and pipes and projects that are too small. It could be aggregated and bonded, but that's a mess, and it.
So I'm not trying to resolve it tonight. I'm just flagging it as an important point of discussion during the next few months. And sort of along those lines, we'll skip down to number 3, which is the school budget and how that is going to be dealt with. Basically, we sort of kicked the can with the new school budget that was approved, and we need to come up with a real game plan, working with the school committee and working with our partners in Essex on the way forward that's going to work for everybody. And, I think those discussions will be getting underway soon, which is good. I think we should get those discussions underway in August if we can. And again, it's going to take some real candid conversations to move that forward. So it may include opening up the agreement and taking a look at that apportionment formula. So there'll be lots of different aspects to that conversation, which will make for a challenging fall. And then on a totally unrelated note, grease in the sewer system. Grease causes havoc at the sewer plant, in terms of keeping the good bugs alive and decomposing the solid waste that we want it to. And so we just need to encourage and admonish people to not put grease down the drain. But we'll certainly focus on our restaurants because they are.
Is that something the Board of Health deals with?
Yeah, they'll be helping with this.
Okay.
So they're required to have grease traps at the restaurants. What happens is sometimes the hot water from the dishwasher is too close to the grease trap. And so all of that grease gets dissolved by the hot water, goes down the drain, and then solidifies in the plant. And that causes significant problems. So, yes, we'll be reaching out to the restaurants in particular, but a general note to all people, if anyone who's got a disposal putting food down the drain, try to avoid grease down the drain.
Well, this kind of even obliquely gets involved with water management.
Yes, it does.
And I'm just looking at the water bills that are going out, and you can put something in
Yes.
there. It's related to that.
Correct, it is.
You know, water's coming out of your faucet, you gotta think about what's going down the
It's going
drain.
down the drain. Yep. So, we're struggling a little bit at the plant right now in terms of odor and processing. And the culprit is a lot of grease. So we see a spike in grease during the summer. Obviously, our restaurants are busier in the summer. So it does cause problems.
I haven't noticed the odor recently, but I did, when was this, 2 months ago?
Well, that was a
Still
different-
wrestling with that?
No,
or
that was a
changed?
different problem. That was the filtration system.
Okay, but that was solved.
That was solved.
Now we got the
Yeah,
grease.
there were some fans that weren't working and the medium needed to be refreshed.
Telling Kathy Friday night, I didn't notice it. It was this month.
Oh, there, okay.
Yeah, this hot weather
Yeah, the hot weather.
hasn't helped either.
Yeah.
So it's an FYI, but we will be reaching out to folks with information and working with the Board of Health with the restaurants specifically to see if we can make sure that those grease traps are working properly. So that'll do it for me.
Thank you. I would entertain a motion. Adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Yep,
Brian?
Yes.
Kathy? Yes. Yeah, yes.
and John, yes.
Thank you for putting up with all of this.
Thank you,
Yeah,
everyone.
that's a long